Hey, howdy, hey, welcome to Untitled Movie Show, Season 4, Episode 1, The Listening, as in listings things. There was no Season 3 jokes here. This is your host, Ricky, and I'm here with special guest star Matthew, if you want to say hi.
Hi, I'm Matthew.
And extra special guest star Jacob Sanger.
Hey, Jacob Sanger.
Yeah, not to be confused with Jacob from Game Club, as some people
Oh.
might know. Yeah, so this is if you didn't get our thing, this will be the our big yearly ranking of our 10 favorite movies of 2023. We are recording this in January of 2024. And I think most of us have seen most of the movies we wanted from last year, maybe a few
Yeah.
exceptions. So if you didn't hear your favorite on this list, you either have bad taste or we're bad at watching movies.
Also, I feel like 100 movies came out right in December or something, so I'm sure there's something I missed.
That's true. I did
Yeah.
see like 7 movies in December. I there was nothing like August to late November, and then bam, like 15 movies came out at once.
Too much.
Yeah. But and I didn't see Saltburn because everyone's talking about Saltburn, and I don't know what that is, and I don't want to.
I've never even heard of Saltburn.
I
Everyone
can
keeps
tell you all about Saltburn.
George Anderson tried to tell me about Saltburn.
Oh, that's a very George movie.
Yeah, he's like, I watched Saltburn. You seen it? I'm like, no. He's like, you should probably shun it. I loved it, which means you'll hate it. I'm like, that tracks. Anyway, if you might recall, last year's episode was 3 hours long. So we're gonna jump right into it because I'm sure we've got a lot to say about some movies. The way we're gonna do this is we have all prepared our number 1 through number 10. Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
So we are going to start with our number 10 spot, and we'll do a around the table. I'm thinking we go Matthew, Jacob, and then Ricky.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Because if I recall last year, me and Matthew had a lot of the same movies, and then Jacob would have something wildly different. So if we break it up like that, I think it'll be funny.
You know, I was remembering that, and I was like, because last year I was like, I don't even think my list is that pretentious and weird, and then it was pretty pretentious and weird. I think this year is going to be even worse.
I'm so excited.
I have like no fancy movies this year. They're all schlock. Well, they have 2 like good ones. I don't know.
I have one fancy movie, but it also made $1 billion, so I don't know if it's that fancy.
Oh, I know which one.
Yeah, you know which one it is. But we'll do that. And then we're gonna save honorable mentions for after we've all listed our number 2 spot. So then we'll go to honorable mentions, and then we'll have our big finale where we name our number 1. And
Sounds
if you
good.
stay tuned to the whole episode, we'll also talk about the worst movies we saw this year at the end. So stick around. Please stick around.
Okay, Wesley, we know you're listening.
Yeah, Wesley will listen to this. So yeah, I think we should just jump right in.
Right into it.
I'm gonna also if someone well I don't need more rules. We have enough rules. All right. So Jacob, you want to? Or sorry, not Jacob. Matthew, you want to start
Yeah.
us off with your number
Yeah.
10?
All right. So my number 10 is it's Transformers: Rise of the Beasts. Now, most
Nice.
people will tell you that Transformers movies are bad, but if you pay attention to this movie, you'll actually realize that there's beasts and they are rising. Therefore, a good movie.
Good movie. I had this as my number 11.
Yeah.
So we've been taking care of an honorable mention already.
This
Yeah.
one unfortunately did not make the top 10 or 12 for me.
Yeah.
Did you see it though?
I did
See
see it because I remember many moons ago when Ricky took me to see Transformers 5, and
Uh-huh.
I had a great time in the theater. And I was like, you know what, this will be a lot of fun. And for some reason my roommate was like super excited for it, even though he's not a Transformers fan. So we
Yeah,
went to see
monkey.
it. What?
Not monkey.
No, that's literally why we were like Robot
Yeah.
Gorilla, we're in.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
hilarious. Because
And you know
Transformers is
what?
already, it's already robots, and now there's monkey robots, and that's
Exactly.
just
That's
peak cinema at this
that's
point,
what
you
was
know?
missing. And it did do the unthinkable, which was make me like Pete Davidson a little bit.
Yeah, he was pretty good as Blue Man.
Yeah, what's his name? RC.
Raj?
RC.
RC's
Dude,
the hot one. I mean, the
Dude,
girl.
Jordan is
Uh,
rolling in his grave.
Yeah, RC's the hot one,
Yeah, she's
voiced by I don't know,
um,
probably some lady.
probably.
Here, now I'm gonna find out.
I know
This is
Scarlett Johansson's voicing her in the animated movie that's coming up, but
our first live letterbox search of the pod.
Who
there will be
played?
many.
Yes, who played RC in Rise of the Beasts? Ah, yes, some person.
Liza Koshy, the YouTuber?
Hmm.
What?
Oh, she's a Viner.
How can you be a
I-
The more
Viner?
you know.
I think I got rid of Vine like 10 years ago. How can you still be a Viner?
Like voice RC in Transformers.
I guess
the
so. She's done nothing
Beast
for the
Ride.
past 9 years, and then she decided to be a Transformer. That's a
I
good
guess
career.
so.
Unironically, good choice.
She was also
Good career
Margot
choice.
in Ruby Gilman.
Ooh, Ricky
Ooh,
Sherman.
I did see Ruby Gilman. I don't.
That's Ricky's
Margot
movie
the
of the year.
Yeah, my favorite movie this year was Ruby Gilman Teenage Kraken. I'm trying to remember which one Margot is. That might be the main character. I don't know. That'd be Ruby Gilman.
Yeah,
I don't
Ruby
remember.
Gilman's Ruby Gilman. Ricky, come on.
That might be the mermaid lady.
That's probably.
Oh yeah, Ariel.
She looks like
Yeah.
well, no, but sure.
Well, there's like 6 other like background female characters in that movie, and I don't remember. She has like a friend group of
Yeah.
yeah, because this Ruby
Characters.
Gilman, which is clearly my number one movie, was basically what if Turning Red was less atrocious. So there's still her annoying group of friends.
Wait,
But they're
guys, they're re-releasing Turning Red in theaters. That could have been all of our movies of the year.
oh shoot!
Wait, I don't think it's out yet though. I think they did Soul.
like- I think we're all coming out, and like, I don't know.
I think they're coming out, but at like separate times.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe if
'Cause I
like
think they did
next
Soul. Yeah, I think they did Soul for like MLK Day, and they're doing
Okay.
like Turning Red for Woman Day.
Every day is Woman Day to me.
I think they're doing it for Woman Day, and then I don't know. I don't know when they're gonna do Luca.
or Italian Day
Yeah.
Italian Day.
or fish Italian Day.
Actually, I think
they're-
that one comes out in spring, like spring break. That feels like a spring movie.
It's like
Yeah, I
I
could
feel
see
like
that.
that's a November movie because that movie looks cold.
No, it looks warm because they're in like
Yeah,
their
looks-
shorts and they're biking around.
Yeah.
I feel like
it's
that's
nice.
like one of those. That's like when it's really cold, but you go to the beach anyway, and you just have a bad time, and it's cold.
Maybe.
That's not a critique of the movie. That is just, I don't know.
Oh, that
There's-
movie makes me.
that's
That
just
movie
go to the
makes me
beach and it's
feel.
cold.
That movie makes me feel warm, so it
Yeah,
makes
that's
me feel
like
summer,
very good.
but not like cooked to death. So it's not quite a summer movie.
Yeah. It's like that perfect like 75 degrees, you know.
Yeah, you're like in a like you can go to the pool, but you can also like be on the grass and you not die.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Anyway, Transformers Rise.
Rise
Rise
of the
of-
Red.
Oh, that movie's very warm too. They go to what? Peru?
They go to Peru.
Something like
It's
that.
There's like a jungle.
Yeah, they go to Peru. They visit the Incas, who were, as every Transformers movie has an ancient aliens lore thing where the Incas have been friends with the Transformers for thousands of years.
I wonder if they knew Harriet Tubman, canonically a Transformer ally.
I mean, maybe
true?
because
Yeah, that's true. She's in the background of.
that's in Transformers 5. That's like the thing about this movie is they're really being really vague on whether this is supposed to be connected to the Michael Bay movies or if it's a reboot or whatever. You know?
Yeah.
So, because they have like Unicron in it, but in the Michael Bay verse, Unicron is Earth.
But my theory is at the end, Unicron just like turns into like a beam of light, and I'm like, they could just say he transported into the center of Earth.
Yeah, but like I feel like at this point, okay, so spoilers for the end of Transformers: Rise of the Beasts. The end has like Avengers teaser for G.I. Joe is in the Transformers universe. So I feel like they're probably not gonna try and like connect this back to the old movies. I feel like they're gonna try and just make the Hasbro cinematic universe
And
basically.
they'll cross over with Barbie.
Yeah, well, no, it's probably
That's
gonna be-
Mattel. That's
Yeah.
sir. If I learned
Oh.
anything from the Barbie movie, it's that Barbie's from Mattel.
Yeah, that's the that's like the DC.
Oh, okay. So we probably won't get to see that crossover.
Yeah, but you'll get to
I
see.
mean-
They'll cross over with like Rom Space Knight and
Yeah,
and who
but like
I think
and,
Power Rangers. I think Hasbro now owns Power Rangers instead of Saban, so it could happen.
Oh.
well, yeah. So like I'm like 20 years into the Rise of the Beast Hasbro universe, they'll probably have like Bayverse come back like a Spider-Man No Home situation.
Mm.
They could. I want to say though that the appearance of GI Joe is what knocked Rise of the Beast out of my top 10.
I thought it was so funny that it like stupid. It was funny. It just made me laugh in the theater.
That
Yeah,
was insane.
I liked
And Red Robin.
yeah, I liked Rise of the Beast because of course I did. It's Transformers.
Yeah, Beast are Rising.
But also like there part of me I liked it, but I rewatched it at home, and I rewatched it back to back with the 2007 Transformer movie, and that movie holds up so well that like comparing the two does not do the new one any favors.
Yeah.
Like in terms of like even like special effects and stuff. If you were to watch both back to back and had no knowledge, you would guess Rise of the Beast was the one that came out in 2007.
That's what always, not to go too off the path here, but I feel like that about a lot of stuff like that early 2000s to like 2008 2009 CG looks and feels more real to me than stuff we're getting today. Like I feel like obviously the Lord of the Rings movies look perfect to this day.
Yeah.
And like the Pirates movies, like all of it looks, you can start to see little things in it, some 23 years later, but for the most part I'm like, where did we go wrong?
Yeah,
that's
that
true.
Phantom Menace to Avatar, like that 10-year gap, that 10-year span was insane for
Yeah.
how they could stretch $1 and
Yeah. My
And now
theory is that it's because they knew that they couldn't rely on it, so they did everything else they could to make it look good. Like an example is with Lord of the Rings when they were doing like the Balrog, instead of being like, we're just gonna put like CG fire on it, which probably would have looked bad because they made that movie in 2000. They like literally filmed like tons of footage of real fire and then like comped that into the CG model of the Balrog. So it's like stuff like that where it's like, they're using like real stuff. Anyway, we don't need to get into the history of CGI.
yeah. But yeah, I'd say Rise of the Beast I think was good. It was good.
The Beast
Okay.
Rose. It was cool.
Beast
I
Rose.
liked it.
Yeah. All right. If everyone said what they want about Rising Beasts, Jacob, what's your number 10?
This will be a controversial pick. Maybe my number 10 is Emma Seligman's Bottoms, which, if you're not familiar, is a comedy about these two lesbian women in high school who start a fight club to meet pretty girls. They say that it's a self-defense club, so it's up. And I think it's hilarious and heartfelt, and I really liked it, and I saw it twice.
Is this
It's
wait?
so
Is
it's
this the
not.
Coen Brothers one?
No, that's called Drive Away Dolls, I think. Bottoms is
Oh,
the director. The only other thing she's done is a movie called Shiva Baby, which is about like I've never seen it, but you know Shiva is like a Jewish tradition. Um, but this stars Rachel Sennett of Bodies, 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 if y'all remember that, and Ayo Edibiri, who just won like everything for The Bear.
I didn't see. These are all words I've never heard before. Well, I know what a
Yeah.
bear
Uh-oh.
is. I saw
Yeah.
Cocaine Bear.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, this is so for the viewers who might not know.
The only
I
one I know is
I live in LA and work in entertainment, so I might be really up my own ass with this with this.
up your own butt.
Pardon
Up
my
your own butt, sir.
pardon my French. Sorry.
Family show about
Um,
lesbian fight club.
See, actually, I thought this was gonna be your worst of the year. That's why I was like, this is a controversial list.
I'm only ranking movies I saw.
Yeah. But I thought this was a. See, now I'm concerned for the rest of my list because I thought this was a well-known movie from this year.
well, I saw like a trailer for it at some point, but I never
Yeah.
I've
watched
never
it.
even
Well-
heard of this. I thought this was the Coen Brothers one because I'm like, that's the other lesbian movie. I might see that one. I like Coen Brothers.
Yeah, I really want to see that one. But yeah, this is super funny. If y'all, it's like kind of like you know, it's more absurdist than you might be expecting. Like I kind of went in being like, oh, this is gonna be like super bad, you know, like bantery, quick dialogue. But it goes to some strange places. Like there's like a full on like battle sequence in this. But it's really good. Highly recommend. Bottoms 2023.
I do like battle sequences.
It also
Um,
stars Ruby Cruz from everyone's favorite
Ruby Gilman, Teenage Kraken.
Yeah.
no, what's that movie with Warwick Davis from the 80s with the baby?
Willow?
Yeah, she's in the Willow show.
Oh, the show. Boo. I thought you were going to tell me she was the baby from Willow.
That'd be so awesome.
It's going to be excited if it was the baby from Willow.
So that's
Um,
my number 10. We can progress since there's not much else to say about it besides that
Alright.
it's hilarious.
So I forgot to say my joke earlier, which is that since Dune 2 got delayed to this year, all of our number 10s are actually forfeit. Which is important because I'm going to put it. My number 10 is basically the fill-in for Dune for last year, which was The Creator.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Because you know how I love my slightly pretentious sci-fi movies.
That was I like that movie a lot. That was like cool.
Yeah. So and we were also talking about special effects earlier.
Yeah, so I was thinking.
Yeah, so like The Creator, for those who don't know, it's a sci-fi, big old sci-fi movie. It's from the director of Rogue One and Godzilla 2014,
Oh,
Gareth
yeah.
Edwards. And it's a pretty like other than not being based on an IP, it's a pretty standard like big sci-fi Blade Runner Dune type movie with just a lot of crazy robot action
Yeah.
scenes and stuff. But what's impressive about it is that it was made on a budget of $80 million. It literally costs the same as like a singular episode of Ms. Marvel. Um,
That's
and
crazy.
looks like absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it's like
Um,
probably the best looking movie this year.
yeah, it's
Special
like
effects.
it's like gorgeous, like Blade Runnery at parts, but then there's also they film a lot in Japan, so there's like lush Japanese landscapes and stuff.
Yeah.
It's just a really really pretty movie. Um, it has some interesting thoughts on like AI because but not like Chat GPT AI, more like the actual traditional like
Like
actual
robots
artificial
having
intelligent
emotions.
robot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like what it means to be a person. It's a little derivative of other works. This isn't new ground, but I thought it had a lot of cool things, had a lot of cool action. I liked it had a little bit of that Mandalorian Baby Yoda like old man in a
baby.
old man and a baby, but I
Yeah.
actually liked the little baby robot. Was really charming. I would kill Baby Yoda to feed it to the starving robot child.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know. It was cute and it was good, and it was my fill in until Dune comes out and becomes my actual favorite movie ever. We were robbed. That's what the fall was missing was Dune.
Yeah. They're down.
This was one of those ones that I really wanted to see, but kind of fell by the wayside because I felt like it was, a bunch of other stuff came out and I just never got to it. But I will check it out. I really want to.
What else were you seeing in September of 2023?
I'm a busy man. I also actually I almost I was in so there's like a little festival that happens here that is it's cool because it's not like a standard film festival where you have to buy like a really expensive pass to get in. You can just buy individual tickets to screenings. It's called Beyond Fest here,
Ooh.
and they had it at Beyond Fest, and it played in the theater that I was going into right after to see this Indian movie called Kill, which almost made the list, which is an awesome like The Raid style, super brutal action movie. If you'll recall from last year, my favorite movie was RRR, so I'm big into Indian movies now.
Yeah.
So that's what I was doing.
I told you I watched that, right?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if I've said on the episode. Yeah, I watched RRR like 2 weeks after we've recorded last year's episode, and it's retroactively my second favorite movie of last year.
It goes so hard.
It goes so hard. I watched it again on New Year's. I'm like, what better way to ring in 2024 than 3 hours of bros being bros?
Yeah, I'm overdue for a rewatch. I did watch it. I don't know if I had it at the point of our recording, but I ended up watching it 8 times, which means a whole day of RRR. Apparently, his new movie is going to be a globe-trotting adventure in the vein of Indiana Jones. So I'm very excited for that.
Ooh, an
That sounds
actual
like-
Indiana Jones movie?
If anyone can do it, it's him.
You telling me James Mangold can't make an Indiana Jones movie?
You'll notice that it's very
spoilers for
absent
later.
from my list.
You'll notice it will be talked about a lot later. I caught Dial of Destiny fever, and by that, but like not good fever, more like throwing up in the bathroom fever.
I mean that my body increases heat to get rid of it.
Hanging in hallucinations.
I would have rather drink the blood of Khalid.
I wish I was having the black sleep of the Kalima.
Yeah, that was the one I was worried you were gonna put in your top 10.
No.
You're a Star Wars sequel apologist, so I'm like,
I am.
Did he like Dial of Destiny?
I saw it twice because I was so excited for it and so convinced that it was gonna turn out good that because I mean like I love Logan, and I was like, if he can do that with Indiana Jones, like that'll be great. I'm also a Crystal Skull truther, so I was like,
I've come around on Crystal Skull. I rewatched it and it's not bad.
Yeah, I feel like
for most of the movie.
Yeah, after Dial Destiny, Crystal Skull went from not bad to I thought it was fun. No.
Yeah. But yeah, I watched it twice because the first time I saw it opening night, that's how excited I was, and it was after like a 12-hour shift, and I was it was like a 10 p.m. showing, and so by the end I was like in and out of sleep, and I was like, this is weird, and I'm tired, and so I didn't like it, and then I was like, well, maybe I was just sleepy, so I saw it again, and I was like, no, I was right.
Yeah, I saw it twice. Also, I drove. Although against my will. So I was super excited for it. I drove from San Antonio up to Austin to the Bob Bullock IMAX, the largest screen in Texas, as you might know, to see it with my friend Jordan. And I went in costume, minus the jacket because it was July, and there were other people in there that seemed very excited, and you could just feel the energy just vaporize.
Yeah.
And like I wasn't even that sleepy when I went in, but my eyes were glazing over, and like the 17th boring car chase of the movie.
I know, because it's like 2.5 hours long, but there's somehow still like no action and no memorable like scene. Because even in the original movies, the non-action scenes are still very memorable.
Yeah,
like in
yeah,
this one,
fun.
it's like there's like 2 scenes that I remember.
And neither of them are action scenes.
Yeah, like, and I liked, like, I feel like it was also weirdly like cold. Like some of the best moments were when they let Indy have emotions, and I feel like it only happens on the boat when he's talking about Mutt dying, which I feel like they did Mutt kind of dirty, but I like that scene. And then at the end when he's with Marion, and I'm like, that's cheating because we already love Marion from the other movies.
Well, it frustrates me too, and we'll get into this because I've got.
Yeah, are we gonna do this all now, or are we gonna do this later?
Let's do this later.
Okay.
I've got a lot to say about Dial of Destiny.
I got a lot to say about this movie too.
Yeah, we'll get into it. I actually forgot
especially when I put it as
out.
number one. Especially when I put it as number one, it's a plot twist.
Yeah, but the creator, that movie, I don't know, it was awesome. It was very like, it's like just all the robots and.
Yeah, I
Cool.
highly recommend. I think it's on Hulu.
I don't know. I haven't watched
That
it since
sounds
we
right.
saw it in theaters, but like,
Maybe on Disney Plus because it was 20th Century Fox, which is Disney, so it's probably on Hulu.
yeah, there's like
I-
a big
Yeah.
space station, like scans everything, and that thing looked awesome. Like,
Yeah, and it was also I think it was the only movie I watched in between summer and Thanksgiving. Other than I did go see the re-release of Batman Begins for Batman Day, and what
I
it
didn't
was
even know
very
that happened.
for Batman Day they just put all the Dark Knight trilogy into theaters, and I already saw the Dark Knight re-release during COVID, so I'm like, I'll do Batman Begins this time. And let me tell you, watching before the movie, they had like normal trailers. They had a trailer for The Marvels, and then immediately followed up with Batman Begins and how we have fallen.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Oh my, because Batman Begins, you could release today, and it looks so much better than like anything coming out, except for
Yeah.
Strangely the Creator, which actually looks like a modern movie.
yeah,
Despite costing 1/4, you could make 4 creators for one Dial
mean-
of Destiny.
what this movie's really shown, this year has really shown, is that just like these budgets are overblown and they're wastes of money. It doesn't actually equate
For
to
real.
how good the
Well-
movie's going to be, because Disney's made like 7 movies or whatever this year that cost like $18 billion, and
Yeah.
almost
they
all of
lost
them
over
look
a
awful.
billion. Yeah, they lost literally over $1 billion.
Insane.
They made like 8 movies, only one of them was good.
Yeah. I was gonna say too, like you can look at like foreign movies, like to bring up RRR again. It's like that movie looks insane. I mean, some of the CG is not amazing, but like it all works, and I'm sure
Yeah.
it was like a fraction of the price of these
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
blockbusters. But at the same time, I'm sure that a PA on an Indian set is getting paid like $2 an hour.
Well, RRR still had like a $70 million budget, and I feel like it looks like, obviously I love the movie, but I don't know. It's I
It
feel
looks
like you
like a
can
movie.
do like $70 million with that.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
I mean, other like
Because is there anything in
Most
that
of it's
that's, like
realistic.
even more insane than like the John Wick movies? Those have this, I feel, of not as ridiculous, but like that same level of like insanity, like action stunts and stuff, and those come out to like 70-80 million dollars.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah.
So like I think it shows that if you can do a lot, like it'd be hard to make those movies for like 5 million.
Yeah.
But if you have a moderate budget and like a talented director, you can make a blockbuster pretty easily.
Yeah, I will say too, I think the money is allotted differently because most movies shoot in like 3 months, and RRR shot over like 100-something days, which is like unheard
yeah.
of.
Or like the new Mission Impossible. I think it took like 2 years to film that because they kept doing it like all throughout COVID.
Yeah,
So that movie came out. It was like $300 million or something. Although it does look like a very expensive movie. We'll get to
Yeah.
that one. Spoilers ahead.
man, this is so exciting. I keep forgetting about movies that came out this year.
Yeah. Anyway, should we go? We should probably go to our number 9. Our number
Yeah,
9
let's
spot.
do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you got for
So-
us?
My number 9 movie was The Barbie.
Put Barbie over Transformers. I'm surprised.
Yeah,
Wow, both the toy movies too.
yeah. Yeah, so Barbie was, I don't know, it's an odd movie because it's not, yeah, it's not like it's not like the Lego movie, but it's like that same kind of thing where they made a movie about a toy and it's like not like a commercial. It's like something weird.
It
Let me
is
get
a
a bit
commercial
better.
for Chevrolet vehicles, though.
Yeah, I guess. But it's
And
just
Go ahead.
it's if someone told me they'd make a Barbie movie, that's not what I would expect it would be, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really
Yeah,
go ahead, Vicky.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I really liked it too. It didn't make the list just because I don't know, I feel like I didn't think about it very much after watching it, but I don't know if that's a fair way to judge a movie, but I really liked it and I love Greta Gerwig. Her Little Women movie is incredible. But I was there opening night in my pink outfit.
Yeah.
And it was a madhouse with the whole Barbenheimer thing. Like it really was people, like two lines forming, people in little fedoras and black outfits, and people all in pastel colors.
Yeah.
But I had a great time. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a very
I did
fun movie. I like Ryan Gosling. Very
Yeah.
like, he carried a lot of the movie. He was great.
I wouldn't be
Um,
upset if he got the Oscar. Like that's how good he is.
Yeah, the Ken movie, I would say was a masterpiece. The Barbie movie was okay. No, but I did the Barbenheimer thing too, albeit I did it on a Sunday. So I could do it with my dad, and I got the Barbenheimer shirt. It says Barbenheimer hat, and it has it's all written in pink, but has a little nuclear bomb going off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did the Barbenheimer thing, and yeah, and I was more excited for Oppenheimer, and we'll get there. But the Barbie movie, it was a lot better than I expected. I mean, it wasn't a hard sell either. You tell me Margot Robbie's in something, I'm gonna be like,
Yeah.
yeah, I'll watch it.
I love Margot Robbie, so
I love
of
Margot Robbie.
course gonna see it.
And it had the literally me guy.
Yeah.
I'm just
In another
Ken. Genuinely good song.
Yeah.
Um,
An
yeah, I
original Dua Lipa track.
Did she do the cover of the Barbie movie? Of the
She
Barbie
did
song?
she did the one that they're dancing to at the beginning when she's like,
okay.
"Do y'all think about death?"
Oh, that one's okay. The credit song where they remixed the "I'm a Barbie Girl" though was a war crime,
Yeah.
and knocked it down at least a couple slots.
Is that the
Yeah,
one
I
with
don't,
Ice
like-
Spice?
Yeah, maybe
I don't know. I know it wasn't Aqua, so
it was not the real. It wasn't the real version.
yeah.
But yeah, I liked it more than I expected to. I saw it only once in the theater, but I've watched it twice now. Because I showed Jordan it.
Yeah.
He liked it too. I'm really hoping Jordan's listening to this podcast. All these shout outs for him.
Yeah. Everyone go buy Jordan stock.
Yeah. That's
Also,
insider
something-
trading. I've already bought up all the Jordan stock. Now
Yeah, I
my
think
share value will go up.
Yeah, me and you are already majority shareholders.
Oh. Yeah.
I was just gonna say something I wanted to make a note about Barbie is how awesome some of the like production design is, with how like they made like real life versions of the toy like houses and vehicles and stuff that folded out. I thought that was so cool.
Yeah, I loved how it's like all like plastic pink.
Yeah,
Like that stuff. It looks like fake, but like it's just like it's fun
Yeah.
looking.
and
there's
the
all those,
painted
like-
backgrounds and stuff.
It reminded
there's-
me of the old of Cat in the Hat and the Grinch, but in a
Yeah.
good way.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, well,
In a good way,
obviously,
in a good
those movies
Yeah, I
are
lo-
based.
Yeah, I love those movies. I just you compare something to Cat in the Hat, and some people think you're being insulting, but I like
Yeah.
No,
them.
Well,
the
we asked them
masterpieces.
politely for me to leave, but and then there's all like I didn't grow up playing with Barbies, but I guess
What?
there's like Yeah, shocker. But there's like all those like I don't know. Apparently, like, all the stuff in that movie was like actual toys that existed from like I don't know the 50s or whenever Barbie got invented. So like,
Yeah.
apparently people watching like, oh my god, it's a thing I know from
Yeah.
Barbie.
It had Alan,
That
Ken's
Alan,
friend.
yeah,
All Ken's clothes fit him.
what's
Yeah.
his face?
Yeah,
Michael
Mike,
Cera.
Guy.
had
And I
Michael
was like,
Pilgrim.
Cera.
He
Yeah,
had to
Michael
shake
Cera.
off the rust from Scott Pilgrim because he beat those
Yeah.
dudes up. I was like, whoa, I forgot he's been in action movies before.
And they had the. Do you know about the magic earring, Ken?
Oh yeah, I have heard about
Yeah, he's the one that was like, they wanted to find like a cool new look for Ken dolls in like the 60s, 70s, 80s. I don't remember when it was. So I went to like all these nightclubs, and they were like taking notes from like the guys at these nightclubs, but they didn't realize these were all like gay dudes at clubs. So he's dressed in like this outfit that like only gay dudes will wear to pick up other dudes at
Yeah.
clubs.
this. Leather chaps.
Yeah, it's got like a
I think Michael Keaton should have reprised his role from Toy Story 3 as live action Ken.
that was
That'd be
Michael
amazing.
Keaton.
I think it's Michael Keaton's Toy Story 3 Ken, right?
I had no idea Michael Keaton was Toy
Wait,
Story 3 Ken.
Immediately,
What?
let me look that up.
I think so.
Alright, we're looking it up.
That's insane.
I owe someone an apology if I'm wrong on this.
Also, shout out one time Toy Story 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, the last Toy Story.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is Michael Keaton.
Hey,
the
I was
heck?
right.
Michael Keaton was
Crazy.
Ken. Yeah, they
Yeah.
should have brought him back in this movie. Could have been that weird guy with the dog.
Well, obviously, if you bring Michael Keaton back for a movie, you're guaranteed a ton of money, right, guys?
Well,
Yeah,
no,
right.
That's how that works.
Right?
no, you can't because
You can't go wrong bringing back Michael Keaton.
No, because what's his name? That guy. Careful, the movie podcast. I don't remember anyone's name.
Batman.
No, Batman.
What?
What's that guy who?
What?
Because of Michael Keaton as Batman?
No, who's the guy that made the Batman movie?
Tim Burton?
Tim Burton?
Yeah, because Tim Burton owns Michael Keaton. So
Oh,
he
yeah,
can't
that's
promote
right.
movies.
That's right. He invented Batman.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
invented Batman. He owns Michael Keaton. You can't just take him. That's
According to interviews with Tim Burton, who's
that's
an
Tim
insane
Burton's
man.
property. He invented Batman and owns Michael Keaton.
That's some guy named Finger made Batman.
Bill Finger.
Yeah.
It's named Finger.
Author named Finger.
Yeah. Do you know
Anyway.
he died penniless because Bob Kane stole all his ideas?
Really?
Yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah, fun fact, Bob Kane
Tim
is a
Burton?
huge no, Bob Kane, the guy who Bob Kane, the guy who's always credited as
Yeah.
being the one who invented Batman. He didn't.
Yeah, I've heard
He
about
wrote,
that.
or like he made like some random because back then they would just put any animal and say man. And he drew like a pink guy with a bat on it. It was like it's Batman, and but it was actually a guy named I think it's Bill Finger.
I think
Was
it
the
is
one
too.
who's like, oh, he's a creature of the night. Did like the actual cape and like
Yeah, the
actual
actual
origin story.
Batman.
And then he got like laid off during World War II and then died penniless in an unmarked grave. And I think this is actually a true story.
Jeez.
Oh my gosh.
Meanwhile, Bob Kane makes a ton of money.
They should make a movie about this, like Amadeus, Mozart.
Yeah.
Rocky Amadeus?
Salieri.
Well, I mean, they can't because Tim Burton will sue them then.
That's true.
That's his character.
No one's gonna kill Bill Finger but me.
Oh no, he not an unmarked grave. He was cremated. Okay, that part was wrong. But
What
yeah,
do they do with the creams?
the claimed by his son.
Okay.
And now he's getting some. Like he's
Yeah. I think
been
there's
added to the Comic Hall of Fame. He has a street in the Bronx called Bill Finger Way, which is kind of funny. But yeah. Anyway,
He was actually a kid named Finger. Wow.
Yeah. So yeah, the Barbie movie, pretty good.
Yeah, very funny.
Probably liked it more than I thought I would,
Yeah.
but it did not beat out. I have it at number 13, so below Transformers
Okay.
and Champions, which we'll get to in honorable
Champions.
mentions.
I don't even
It's
know if
about
I know what that is.
It's the Jacob. I know you know what it is because you posted it. It's the one where the kids with Down syndrome play basketball with Woody Harrelson.
Oh yeah, I wanted to see that.
It's delightful. I watched it on an airplane and I had a grand old time.
I was excited for that, and then when it sometimes stuff comes out and then you just don't hear anything about it, and then I forget to go see it.
Well, that came out during the March Blitz. There was a time from early March until late July where there was basically a new movie every weekend that I wanted to see.
Yeah.
So it was there was the March Blitz. There was 65, Shazam, John Wick 4, D&D, and Mario all came out back to back to back to back. So I did not see
Oh my
Champions
gosh.
in the mix, but I watched it on an airplane, and it was delightful. Would highly recommend for good, solid family entertainment. Yeah, genuinely charming movie.
I'll have to check it out.
Um,
Sauerkraut.
that was my review of Barbie. Is go watch Champions.
Is it mine now?
Yeah, I can go to
Yeah.
your number 9.
Yeah. Number 9.
My number 9, we're gonna really switch gears here, is Hayao Miyazaki's The Boy and the Heron.
I saw that one. We did it. We found a movie we both saw.
Which honestly, I'm surprised isn't higher because I'm a huge Miyazaki fan. Earlier this month, I went and saw 4 of his movies back to back to back to back in a theater, all on 35 millimeter, starting at 10 in the morning. So that's how much I'm in on this. And then they were doing that as a little baby Miyazaki festival, and then the next morning was Boy and the Heron. So I kind of waited a while to see it, but I saw it in a theater. And I feel like a lot of people I know don't really jive with it, and I kind of get why. I feel like it's not quite as overtly sentimental and sweet as his other movies. A lot of them are, some of them aren't. But so I feel like people went in expecting Howl's Moving Castle or something, and it's a very weird halfway through it goes straight up high fantasy. And there's a lot of weird stuff going on, but seeing it after watching so many of his other movies, it really felt like the synthesis of his whole life, even though apparently he's going to do one more after this.
But he's always last movie and then he makes more. For real.
Yeah. And I think this could be a good last movie, but I'm sure whatever the next one is, I'll say the same thing. But yeah, I really liked it. It was a weird kind of feeling coming out of it, because I was I wasn't as, it wasn't like Ponyo or something where I come away being what a delightful story. I really loved that. I had a great time. I came away I'm I must really think on this, but I think I really liked it. So, and I've thought about it a lot since. And obviously that it's, beautifully animated and everything looks incredible. And I saw the English version, and the dub was incredible. Yeah, I like that. Go ahead.
I thought about seeing the dub because I heard Willem Dafoe was in it. But I ended up seeing the Japanese one because I was meeting up with someone and they wanted to see it in Japanese, which is understandable.
The Japanese did not have William Dafoe.
No, it had Haigo. It had you know what? I'm not going to make any jokes. I feel like these could be offensive. I was going to start saying the people. I was going to start saying Reggie from Nintendo, but
and
had Willem Godzilla.
Willem Dafoe is in one scene in it, so you didn't miss too much.
Is he not the Heron?
You would think he's the Heron because of that
voice. He'd be
perfect
for the Heron because the Heron is a crazed individual.
The Heron was Robert Pattinson, his co-star from The Lighthouse.
Edward from Batman.
And what's funny is he's kind of almost doing a Willem Dafoe-esque voice, but I feel like he really makes it zone. You know, it's not fair to say he's just a performance, but yeah, it's great. The original gray haired, it says here, was Masaki Suda, so we're all fans of his work.
Ah.
But
Was he in Demon Slayer or Godzilla? Because that's my Japanese knowledge.
Or
fine.
JoJo.
Or I watched JoJo in English, so it wouldn't be
Ah.
helpful.
That's
he
too
was in
bad.
My Hero Academia, 2 Heroes.
Masaki Suda. Alright, I'm looking this guy up because I probably know stuff. I watch.
He's
I've watched
probably
some-
in one episode of One Piece in 2001.
I mean, yeah. There's basically everyone's been in One Piece at this point.
Who's probably in Godzilla Final Wars, as was half the population of Japan. Um,
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought Boy and Heron was great. I'm obviously also a big fantasy nerd, so I really liked that he went all out on this one, and because I always enjoy his movies that are more fantastical. There's only a couple that don't really have any like fantasy elements. So I was glad he went hard on what was supposedly the last one.
I forgot that I saw this movie. I forgot to add it to my list. It did not make the top 10. But I think you'll appreciate that I put it right next to The Boys in the Boat. You have the boys in the boat, and they have the boy and the heron. Just boys being boys.
We need one more to complete the boy trilogy.
That
Boyhood.
guy was not in One Piece,
Oh.
but he was in a lot of Kamen Rider stuff.
Was he in Shin Kamen Rider, which is right next to Boys in the Boat and Boy and the Heron?
I
All
saw-
this Kamen Rider stuff is from like 2009 through 11.
I saw a Shin Kamen Rider recently as a side note, and it's awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Although, did he see Shin Ultraman?
No, but I want to.
Shin Ultraman goes hard.
Yeah.
It might have made the top 10 list, but I think it was technically a movie from last year, even though I saw it this year.
Gotcha.
Because stuff in Japan comes out in America like 6 months later, and vice versa.
Yeah.
So it's like, except I think Godzilla -1. I think that was like only a couple weeks apart, which thank God, because that would have been torture to wait longer.
Yeah.
We'll get to that one.
So what's
yeah.
your number 9?
Oh, I was gonna say I also like Boy and the Heron. I was gonna say that. It was pretty good, but it was not as good. I kind of agree that I don't think it was my favorite Miyazaki movie. Granted, I haven't seen them all.
Mm-hmm.
I've strangely never seen Spirited Away because I'm a horrible person.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, never seen Spirited Away. I've seen
Yeah.
Totoro.
You are
Seen
horrible.
Totoro, Porco Rosso, and
Ponyo.
and Ponyo, yeah. And he did not do Arrietty, which was still Ghibli though.
Yeah, I forget who
It's-
did that one.
So yeah, I put it in the Ponyo tier of it was pretty good, but not.
Ponyo goes hard.
It was no Totoro, and it was no
Yeah.
Porco Rosso.
Porco Rosso is my favorite. That one.
Porco Rosso goes hard.
Yeah, I saw that one in a theater this year. They did like they were bringing them to AMC theaters for some reason, but I had to, even though I'm an AMC A-list Stubs member, I had to pay for it because it was excluded from Stubs. But it was
Society.
worth it. I cried watching Porco Rosso. I don't even know why. It was just like
Of course, it's
beautiful.
good.
Like I said, Porco Rosso goes hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you
favorite
go?
live action.
Did you go in your costume? I remember you
No, I
dressed up as
didn't.
Porco Rosso like 2010, and everyone thought you were a crazed man.
They were like, "What is he?" Most of my my Halloween costumes in those days were deep cuts.
Yeah. All right. Is it my turn?
I think
Yeah.
it is.
Okay. I've got a very controversial one that will
Oh, no.
probably get me kicked off of ever reviewing movies again.
Okay.
Number 9. Contrary to everything I just said about budgets and stuff, I kind of love The Flash.
Dang.
Kind of. With like 18 asterisks, I really like The Flash.
Okay, that's surprising.
Because
Because
and I saw it twice
Flash, yeah.
because I saw it like it probably didn't because I think I'm influenced if I see it, if I have a really good theatrical experience, even if the movie's bad. Uh, the Transformers last night comes to mind. Um, I saw The Flash, like it was like some fan event, like a week early in IMAX, and it was a crazed pack house, and everyone was cheering for like every stupid little thing in that movie. I had a grand old time. I'm like, this is the best movie ever. And then I saw it the next week with Matthew, and I still think it's pretty good, but it has a lot. It has a lot of issues. Um,
I think all I that's okay. So people hate that movie, and I feel like all the issues with it just make it funnier to me. Like people are like, dude, you can't like that movie. Ezra Miller's like beating babies to death. I'm like, dude, that just kind of makes the movie funnier. I'm sorry. It
um,
adds this like fourth dimensional layer of comedy to everything. Just,
the
it's like
just
nerd. It's
Ezra
like just
Miller being a crazed man.
yeah. He's this like weird dork, and he's like evil in real life, and he's playing this awkward superhero. And then there's just two of him now. They hate each other. It's
Yeah, I remember-
hilarious.
I didn't see this one because I actually was very curious because it was getting so much attention. But I'm not very invested in DC
Yeah.
anyway. So, but I was still very curious because the trailer seemed insane.
Yeah.
But my friends who saw it actually liked it. So, did it do well, or was it like kind of
No.
a flop?
It was a flop.
When I joked that Michael Keaton makes anything a hit, it was a direct
Oh,
reference
right.
to The Flash. I
Yeah.
think losing like $200 million or
Oh my
something.
god.
Well, because
You wanna
every
get in that-
Somehow made it only the third biggest bomb of the year.
every
Yeah.
Which is
superhero movie just
insane.
kept doing worse than the last one this year.
It was like they're like it lost $200 million, which is the biggest bomb ever. And then like 2 weeks later, like Dial of Destiny lost $300 million.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
And then in November, the Marvels lost like $400 million.
Also, Blue
Yeah.
Beetle is somewhere in there.
Blue Beetle did not lose that much money because that movie was made on like
Blue Beetle's sweet.
on like yeah, that movie only lost like $50 million because it cost like nothing to make.
Okay.
Because it was made as a streaming movie that they just put in the theater, and
Just
so I think they were able to just write it off as like, oh yeah, this we'll just get the money back when we put it on streaming anyway. So
Yeah.
they kind of just treated the theatrical release as a marketing thing, which I think is the right way to do it. I like when movies go to theaters, and it's making it so they'll greenlight really expensive movies that probably won't make money, like Napoleon or Killers of the Flower Moon, which I did not see, but I'm glad it exists.
Yeah.
Cause yeah,
Man, this was a big year for movies. Like Napoleon and Killers, both I liked them both, and neither of them made the list.
I was gonna see Killers. Then my dad saw it and said it was the worst thing he'd ever watched, and
Oh
so
my
I'm like,
gosh.
yeah. And he's like, the way he described it, he's like, yeah, he's like, I was watching it and it kept going, and I'm like, is this movie almost done? And I looked at my watch, and we were 45 minutes in, and the movie's 4 hours long.
Yeah, it
And I'm
is
like,
so.
oh my god.
This is coming from someone who loves the Lord of the Rings more than anything, but it's so long that like it kind of was my whole day. Like I went in to see it at like 1, and I felt like when I came out, I was like, the day is over. Like that's it.
But he and I are both fine with like long like we watched Oppenheimer just fine,
Yeah.
and that's 3 hours long, and following Barbie, and that felt fine. But I don't know.
Yeah,
So
it's true. It's much slower than Oppenheimer.
I might still watch it because I have 3 months of Apple TV Plus because I have a Best Buy account. And I really wanted to watch that Monarch show because it had Godzilla in it.
And Kurt Russell.
And actually, Kurt Russell is a big selling point, and I've only watched half of it. I've only watched the first 5 episodes so far, because then Christmas happened, and I was watching him on my projector because it had Godzilla, and therefore is worthy of a big screen.
Mhm.
And and then I went on Christmas break. So I need to watch the rest. But Kurt Russell so far is the only thing I've really liked about it. It's got cool moments, but dang, those human characters, like any
Yeah.
Godzilla media or most Godzilla media, I should
I was
say.
gonna say I can think
I
of
was
a
gonna-
notable exception. We're gonna get there.
Final Wars.
But going back to the Flash.
Yeah, the flat. So I think a lot of people's, and I understand most people's main criticism, I think, is the CGI,
yeah,
which, and I don't want to just be echoing the director of the movie, but the point is made that all the bad CGI that everyone like dunks on social media is all the stuff from like inside the Speed Force, which is
Uh-huh.
supposed to look insane.
but it's like
Because it's like the weird universe between universes, and like everything is like backwards, and like the lights all weird. So I get why it looks kind of
Like-
claymation-y.
kind of also weird because that wasn't like when he time traveled in Justice League. He didn't have that.
Well, that one was because I think that was because in that one he hadn't broken like the barrier of the Speed Force. He was more like manipulating it. There's
Okay.
some big nerd will tell you
Well,
about.
yeah, I don't know. So yeah,
I like DC a lot, but even
Yeah.
I'm like with the Flash, I kind of just roll my
Yeah.
eyes at.
Like,
'Cause I'm
I
not a huge
most of
time
the
travel
time
guy.
I don't like Flash fans annoy me because they're always like, well, he can run fast, so he can like kill Goku, and I'm like, shut up. So they just
Yeah,
they're usually very annoying. So I've never been into the Flash before, but I like this movie. It was pretty fun and cool, and everything about it that people have as a criticism is kind of just hilarious to me.
although I will accept, because a lot of people are mad that a lot of people were upset with like all the cameos at the end
Mhm.
because they like
Yeah.
CGI, which I
Oh yeah.
thought it was done more tastefully than like Ghostbusters Afterlife with CGI Egon. Because that was atrocious. But I thought it was slightly better because it seemed to be using like old film footage,
Yeah.
and I
Well,
don't know.
I think people
Like
are really mad
I
with.
get the criticism for that, although in the context of the story, I thought it was fine.
I think because there's like I don't remember his name, the guy who played the black and white Superman. Because I know that guy, his life was like super messed. Like he played Superman, and then he was like couldn't get any other jobs beside that. I think he just like died.
Oh no,
Alone and
yeah,
stuff.
I think he killed himself.
Yeah,
Actually.
Oh my gosh.
I think his life was
Yeah.
really messed up after being Superman. So that's why people are so mad that like they just kind of used that guy in this movie, which that's fair. That guy's life was messed up.
Yeah. So when I said 18 asterisks, these are the ones I'm talking about. Like I can't fault people who have actually watched the movie. I can't
Mhm.
fault them for disliking it, but I thought
Yeah,
maybe I should talk about things I actually liked about it. I thought Ezra Miller like was a pretty good Flash.
yeah,
I know some people think he's annoying, but no, he's just autistic. Yeah, I would know. And then there's is like and then like Supergirl was cool, and Sasha Kale, I think that's how you pronounce it. She's super hot, so it's okay.
yeah.
Is she
Um,
Supergirl?
yeah,
The Superwoman?
Girl.
Supergirl.
Supergirl.
Yeah.
Superwoman is a different character. Um,
I'll have to say I'm only human. I almost saw it just for her.
yeah,
Yeah,
and as you should. I thought Michael Keaton as Batman. I'm always happy to
Yeah.
see him. Although
My
it was
goodness.
weird. It was weird though because he's not. It's Michael Keaton Batman, but it's not from the Michael Keaton universe. It's like its own universe.
yeah,
Oh, weird.
yeah. Well,
And they have
yeah.
the Batmobile, but they never drive the Batmobile, but they drive the Batwing, so it's okay.
I think because they're just. I mean, they're messing with all the timeline. They're just throwing actors around. Because I mean,
Yeah.
the George Clooney movie and the Michael Keaton movies are the same universe in those movies, but they're like warping because Spoiler for The Flash. George Clooney is Batman by the end of the movie.
It's true.
He's really in it, George Clooney.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the final gag of the movie is because they are supposed to reset the
Yeah.
like the timeline's like super messed up. But then they like reset it, but then the Flash still messes up one thing, and so his universe is back to normal except George Clooney's Batman.
That's
Yeah.
insane that they got Clooney for this.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
like the plot is he goes to change the timeline so like his mom doesn't die, which gets him into the Michael Keaton is Batman universe.
Yeah.
And then, events of the plot happen. He's like, "Oh, I have to like set the universe back to the way it was, so I have to go make sure my mom gets killed," which was a very like sad scene.
Yeah, and they
actually.
hug each other, and I may or may not have shed a tear. This movie
Yeah.
moved me, and I don't know why.
Aw.
I
Yeah.
really liked it. It made me want to hug my mom, and then I
So
did. And then I went
Yeah.
home and hugged my mom.
yeah.
Um,
So he sets the universe back to normal, except he changes one thing because his dad is like they never show you who they still don't explain who kills his mom. I think it's like the Yellow Flash in the comics or something.
yeah,
The
'cause-
speedster.
Yeah, the yellow guy because the Flash is
he's named Reverse. He's named
Yeah,
Reverse Flash because
I
all
know.
the yellow parts of Flash's
I
costume
know
are
his
red.
name is Reverse Flash. I want to make the no Flash fans who are listening to this podcast mad.
Oh, okay.
That's genius.
His name is Yellow Flash. But
Speed.
His name is the Runner.
but
The
okay.
cheetah.
So his dad's framed for killing his mom, so he changes he moves the tomatoes so his dad looks at the security camera, so his dad is like let go from jail, and changing where the tomato cans is changes it so now George Clooney is Batman and the movie's over.
No, his tooth falls out because that's earlier in the movie. His tooth falls out and he super glues it back in.
I forgot about that.
And they're like, this will be the payoff for that one-off joke from 2 hours ago.
Okay,
Yeah.
we can stop talking about the Flash, but I have just one question for people who've seen it.
No, we can't.
I cannot stop talking about the Flash. It's like I'm on speed.
My question is there, because this was very confusing on when you're just seeing clips on Twitter, but is there a part where he puts a baby in a microwave?
No, there's a part where he takes a baby out of a microwave and they reverse the footage.
No, he has to put the baby in there first.
Oh yeah, he does put a baby in a microwave.
But what's the point? Is he surviving a bomb like Crystal Skull?
Okay,
So-
so there's
so
a
what's
building
okay.
that's collapsing and all the babies are falling out of the hospital. So he has to
Oh my God.
so he's basically he's moving so fast time is frozen. So he's
Mhm.
doing all these comedy things to save these babies from knives and acid and fire and explosions.
Oh my God.
And one of them it's gonna explode, so he puts the baby in the microwave so it doesn't get exploded, and then time resumes and the baby goes down in the microwave and then he takes it out of the microwave.
Yeah.
That's insane.
But they
Because
reverse that so it looks like he's putting it in the microwave.
I
when
might
he's
have to watch
making
this
the
movie.
Yeah, because you can't because if you're going that fast, and it's true, you can't move people because it would the sheer force would melt off their skin or something.
Just hold
Yeah.
their neck.
So yeah, so he has to manipulate stuff around everything, which I think it's fun. It's like a good
Yeah.
action scene.
Yeah, that's actually a cool idea.
Yeah, so
Take notes, Quicksilver.
Yeah, Quicksilver you just hold their neck.
yeah, the Flash was clever. It had that scene which was great. It had some good Batman action, and I'm just a sucker for anything with Batman in it.
Yeah.
Oh,
I have strong DC bias.
Yeah.
I'm a Bill Finger fan.
Fan named Finger.
But yeah, I thought I really liked it.
Okay, something I want to say. What's weird? One of the weird things about this movie is that it made me realize that we're old because this movie is nostalgia milking Man of Steel at this point.
Oh my gosh.
It can't
I'm
trick
like,
me though. That
oh
movie
my
still
God.
sucks.
Yeah, that
They
movie
can't
still
retroact-
sucks.
They
But
can't
I'm like,
retroactively
oh
make
my.
you like it.
So I'm like, I remember this movie came out when I was in middle school, and now it's like, this is old. Remember thing? I'm like, oh my God, I near death.
Yeah. All right, we should probably move on because we've been talking for
All
an
right.
hour.
Yeah. All right. Ready for my number 8?
Number 8.
Flash. Talk about Flash again.
Oh, I love the Flash.
Yeah, we're
Surprised you. Yeah, I'm surprised you haven't ranked this high.
I like Flash. I
Yeah.
told you it's funny.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
It's Breakaway Baby.
Yeah.
Okay. We
Jacob,
already
do you have
talked about
additional
Flash.
thoughts on the Flash?
Yeah. What's your number 8? Also Flash.
Yeah, the Flash. No, we're going straight number 1 for Flash. I'm changing my list.
Okay.
No, my number
The Ruby
8
Gilman
was,
spot.
my number 8 was a movie that made me cry. That
Flash.
I saw. I was interested in it, but I saw it because this theater that I go to a lot was like, we're doing a free early screening with the director. Like, come see it. And so I was like, I'm there. And it was The Iron Claw starring Zac Efron.
Oh, I thought
which-
about actually watching this one.
It-
It looked good.
It's off. It's like
It looked really good.
it's I don't know if I knew going I can't remember now if I knew going in that it was basically a Greek tragedy. Like it's one of the like saddest movies ever, but that's like, you know, it's still what I like is I don't like movies that are like unrelentingly depressing. So this movie, it works so well because it has a lot of dark moments, but it also has a lot of good moments that, you know, in my opinion, having like the fun, happy, good moments is what makes you care when the sad stuff happens. If that makes sense. Like, so this is for people who might not know, is the true story of the Von Erich wrestling dynasty from Dallas, Texas, our hometown. Just kidding, but our home state.
Boo, Dallas. Yay, Texas.
And I'm not a wrestling guy, so I didn't know anything about this.
What?
But
Your favorite movie is Nacho Libre. How can you not be a wrestling guy?
that lucha libre. But that's actually what I compared it to. I was like, this is like if Nacho Libre was a tragic poem. Like
Yeah, I heard it was a cross of Nacho Libre and like I heard it was Nacho Libre meets Schindler's List, and I'm like,
Yeah.
oh,
it's really intense. Like I was in the theater and it was also one of those experiences where for the first like 30 minutes I was like, this is good, but I don't know if I'm like crazy about it. And then by the end I was like totally on boarded. And also I think it hit me hard. I have a brother who's very close to my age, so we've, you know, been best friends our whole life. And the movie is all about these brothers who are wrestlers, and all the bad stuff that happens to them because of the pressure that they're under. And so I was just like, you know, made me think about my brother and like, you know, all this stuff. And it's, you know, at the risk of sounding you know, pretentious or whatever, I think it's like a really important movie because it's a movie that is like, you know, it's kind of like RRR in a weird way, where it's like unabashedly manly. Like it's like these, you know, everyone's jacked and they're listening to Rush and they're throwing dudes, but it's also a very like sweet movie, and it has a lot to say about
Bros.
Yeah, and it's like, you know, in the same way that RRR is like super awesome and macho, but it's also like they're like this brotherly love, you know, that's actually very wholesome. And I think it's important because, you know, we don't want it's like a spectrum, right? Like, or like a pendulum. We don't want to swing so far away from like, I don't know if I'm explaining this well, but basically what I'm trying to say is it's like it's unabashedly masculine while also condemning like toxic masculinity, if I can use a buzzword, because it's like it's showing how the pressure that they're under from their dad and from the world of 80s Texas is like destroying them. But at the same time, it's not saying like, oh, you can't be a man, you can't be manly, but it's like knowing that it's basically it's okay for boys to cry, the movie. And it's very sweet, and I did cry watching it. And I give it 2 thumbs up. And there's also an awesome scene where they all fly into the ring together, set to Tom Sawyer by Rush. So it has it all.
How's Lily James in it? I wanted to see it because Lily James is pretty. Can you confirm? Is it worth it
I
for
can
Lily
confirm
James?
she's very pretty. I will say it's kind of weird that she's in it because she is like, to me, she's like a big star, and she's in it as kind of a side character. So I'm like, maybe she just really liked the script and wanted to be in it. But it's if to me, it feels kind of weird that she's in it. Honestly,
She's kind of a TV girl though. Like she was in Baby Driver, obviously, but like
yeah,
ever since then, she's been doing just like a lot of TV.
yeah, and she was in the Potato Peel Society on Netflix, which I
Ugh,
never. I just brought that up because I always see the thumbnail and I think it's funny. But
I just know
uh,
she was in that Pamela Anderson show.
oh yeah, why do you know that, Ricky?
Reasons. Continue.
But yeah, it's great. And she there's a lot of British people in it doing Texas accents, and they all do a great job. Zac Efron
nice.
honestly should be up for the Oscar, but he probably won't be. But I don't want to spoil anything, but there's a couple moments right at the end that I'm like, I would challenge anyone not to cry during this. Anyway.
I might check it out. It looked
That's-
good. I just
Sounds
there
cool.
were a billion movies in December,
Yeah.
and I had my priorities, and I had my priorities straight, and I had to see The Boys in the Boat.
I haven't seen that one.
There
Spoilers.
were boys in a boat. It was great.
Can't tell if you did you see this movie.
I did see Boys in the Boat. Unironically, I did enjoy it.
Okay.
It was
What
directed
did
by
you-
Batman.
It's not actually my favorite movie of the year. I put it in between Barbie and The Boy and the Heron, but
Okay.
I did enjoy it,
Yeah.
and it was surrounded by a bunch of bad movies because me and my grandma, it was like just us two for a few days there. And like 3 days in a row, we just went to the movies. So I saw Migration, Aquaman 2, and The Boys in the Boat. And Boys in the Boat felt really good in comparison. Um, and I also saw The Shift, which is a bizarre sci-fi movie that's also the Book of Job from the Bible.
Oh yeah, you're telling me about that. That sounded neat.
I don't think I've even heard of this. The Shift.
Yeah, it's like, are you familiar with the Book of Job from the Old Testament?
Kind
This-
of.
It's
Oh
the
no,
one-
I'm thinking of Sodom and Gomorrah.
No, this one there's a man named Job, and he's a holy man, and he's blessed by God with like a good life. But then the devil is like, oh, he only loves you, God, because you bless him. And so God's like, okay, you can like torture this poor man, and we'll see if he ends up falling for the dark side, if you will, or staying a holy man.
Wow.
And then in the story, he like gets a bunch of horrible things happen to him, like his family dies and like locusts eat his farm and stuff. But then he still is like a holy man, so he gets all his stuff back. And then the sci-fi movie is bizarre because it's like this weird. There's like these devices that can where there's like it's a multiverse. It's another multiverse movie because we needed more of those. But it's like the devil. He has like a device that's where he can change people. The same person could swap with their multiverse counterpart. And the main character, he's like in this one particular universe, he meets a lady and like becomes a Christian. But in all the other universes, he's an evil alcoholic. And so, like all the other universes, he's like the devil's right hand man, but this is the one where he's not. So the devil's like, oh, I'm gonna put you in the dystopian universe with Sam from Lord of the Rings. Yeah, it's got what's his name from
Sean
Lord of the Rings?
Astin.
Yeah, it's got Sean Astin in it. And it's like it's like a weird apocalypse movie. It's interesting. It's just also not very good, but I kind of liked it.
That
For
is
being like just insanity.
Yeah, that's crazy. I can't believe a weird sci-fi movie came out and I didn't even know about it.
Yeah, I mean it kind of fell under the radar if you're not into the Christian media. I only knew about it because my grandpa wanted to see it.
Oh yeah, here I just pulled it up.
Because it's like Angel Studios. They did like that Price of Freedom movie, and they do like the Chosen, which is that streaming show about Jesus and stuff.
Oh, my
So,
grandma gave me The Chosen on DVD because she said I would like it.
I heard it's really good, even if you're not.
My
I
mom
might watch
watches
it.
that.
I heard it's pretty good.
Yeah. Hey, a
But
lot of
yeah,
people forget that besides all the problem, maybe this is not the forum for this actually.
it's a. I think it's okay to say that the church has made some controversial decisions, but the main story of the Bible's pretty good.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I was going to say, besides all the problem with organized religion, it has stood the test of time because there's a lot of amazing stories that are very human and speak to all of us.
Yeah. Yeah, we're talking religion on the movie podcast.
All right,
Where I
next
said
pod-
Ruby Gilman was my favorite movie ever. Um,
Next podcast, top 5 religions, and
Number
which
one
one
will
is
shock
right?
you.
top five, top. Next episode, top 95 reasons why the Catholic Church is wrong. Let's nail it to their door. That was a deep cut.
Martin Luther reference.
Martin Luther. Let me go get my Playmobil Martin Luther figure that I actually own.
Does he come with his theses that you can?
He
clip into his-
does. He comes with a thesis and a little quill. Um. Yeah. Anyway.
Yes.
What were we talking about? Oh yeah. Iron Claw. I might go watch that one, and I'm glad
Yeah.
I now have someone who can recommend it.
What's your numero ocho?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess it's me. I have the Super Mario Brothers movie. Talking about organized religion, the cult of Nintendo.
Yeah.
The Cult of Reggie.
The cult of Reggie.
The Super Mario movie, as a movie, it's okay. As an adaptation, it is maybe the most faithful, gorgeous adaptation of a storyless video game ever.
It's quite delightful. I was like, I don't know, it just made me like happy the whole time I was
Yeah,
watching it.
I
pretty
had a
much.
big old grin on my face the entire. I saw it twice, and I watched it a third time, and I watched it a fourth. I've seen it like 4 times.
Wow. Well, it was in theaters for like a year. It was crazy.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
it was also the first movie in over a decade that I went to a real midnight premiere for.
Wow.
Because most movies now they just do like their Thursday at 7 p.m. or whatever.
For real, yeah.
But Mario came out on a Wednesday, and I think Universal told everyone to just release it on the Wednesday. But then but the local, or not even that local, I had to drive an hour, but the AMC was like, we're doing a 12:01 showing of Mario in IMAX. And I'm like, there. I'm just like, done.
12:01?
12:01 a.m. A true midnight premiere, and it was a blast. And then I saw it like 2 days later. We bought like 15 tickets, and Game Club went to go see it. And both times, and I just had a stupid grin on my face. And I don't even think the movie's that funny. Most of the jokes don't really land for me because they're just kind of generic kids move. Like, oh, it's slow mo, it's interesting, but like all the little background stuff. I don't think it's gonna get nominated, but the score deserves an Oscar. Like the way it incorporates all the old music, but remixes it to be like dramatic and cinematic.
Gusty Garden Galaxy should win the Oscar for music. That's like the best song.
Did y'all hear that apparently they had even more original score, but they replaced it with like Aha and stuff?
Look up Driving Me Bananas. It's incredible and involves the Coconut Mall theme.
Wait, what?
Yeah. One of the tracks on the score is called Driving Me Bananas.
They cut out Coconut Mall.
Yeah. And someone edited it to show they edited it over the scene where they're with that one gorilla. And they're driving around saying all this stuff. And it lines up perfectly. Like all the little beats in the song line up with like the funny, wacky animation on the screen.
Does that also have like
tell it was supposed to be in it.
Does that also have the Donkey Kong Country theme mixed in with it?
Yeah, it has a little bit of Donkey Kong Country in it.
That sounds hard.
Yeah. So actually, the only reason I gave Mario an A- versus an A or an A+ is really the music.
Yeah.
That it was that, and the only story problem I had is I think Luigi should have been in more of the movie because he was just kind of a prisoner most of the time.
Yeah, there was. Because Charlie Day's Luigi is pretty funny and good because Charlie Day's a good like scared spaz guy.
Yeah.
So, our podcast is now banned in England, by the way.
But I really like.
But yeah,
yeah.
they should have had more of him because I mean, hopefully they'll make a second one. I mean, they probably will because it's made like a Mario $1 billion, so they'll definitely make a second
Yeah.
one, and they can have actual Mario brothers together.
Yeah, like some of the humor didn't land. Like the line, it's become it's a running joke from my least favorite line in all of cinema, perhaps at this point, is when they're in the arena and Mario's fighting Donkey Kong, and then he eats the mushroom that makes him small, and so you as an audience are like, oh, he ate the mushroom that made him small instead of big. I get it. And then the freaking Cranky Kong goes, he ate the wrong mushroom, and I hate it. I hate it
Yeah,
so
you were
much.
telling me about that.
That joke is so bad. Like we just saw him eat the wrong mushroom. There was no point.
Is that even a joke? I feel like
It's
it's just
not.
needless exposition.
It's
Of
stupid.
something you just saw.
It's stupid.
It's not
He
even
ate
like
the
a
wrong
joke.
mushroom.
I
Does
think
it-
I thought you were gonna say because my friends and I have talked about this that that in like every animated movie now there's a part where they go, "What is this place?" It's like
Well,
when he gets
that
to the
part's in the
Mushroom
trailer.
Kingdom.
That part's in the trailer, but it's not in the movie, so it's fine.
Mushroom
Oh, really?
Kingdom.
Yeah, it's not in the movie.
Here we. He doesn't say that either.
He doesn't say that either.
Yeah, I've started spotting those in trailers because like the one that I feel like is not gonna. There's no way that it's in the movie, but then again, maybe it is. Is the whole she was in the rainforest with my mom counting spiders and then died or whatever.
Dude, Madam Web sweep. I'm so hyped.
I'm like, there's no way that's in the movie. That's a weird trailer.
But it might be. Have you seen Morbius?
I have not, unfortunately.
Oh my! You haven't seen the Morbius?
You haven't even seen my favorite movie of all time?
You know, I put it
Other than
on.
Ruby Gillman.
I put it on once as a joke, and even then, I was like, "Oh man!" and clicked away after like 20 minutes.
I think I've watched it now 5 times.
I need to finish
Granted, I
it.
keep watching as background noise because I'll just put it on while at Game Club sometimes when I'm playing Magic, and I'm like, "What movie should we watch?" And no one answers, so I'm like, "Morbius as a punishment." I've now watched it at least once in Spanish.
Morbius.
Oh, Morbius.
El Morbo.
All I'll say about Mario, I also really enjoyed it. I gave it a very high rating, even though it didn't make my list, just because I had so much fun. And part of the reason is because my roommate is a huge Mario fan, and so he was super excited for it. And it came out; it just happened to come out on his birthday. So
That's nice.
we got all of our friends together to go see it, and a little bit of a flex, but we saw it at the AMC IMAX that's in Universal Studios.
Ooh.
So
nice.
him and I were dressed as Mario and Luigi. So when we came into the theater, people were like cheering, and he was Luigi, even though he's a bigger Mario fan because the heights made more sense.
Yeah, because you're a little manlet like Mario.
Yeah, exactly. Until I eat my mushroom, unless I accidentally eat the one.
The wrong mushroom.
But and then we took a picture. Like they had big green pipes going into the movie theater that we walked through, and they even had a Mario Kart out front that we all took a picture with. So it was the spirit was just Mario was with us that night, and then we went to the bar after, still in costume. So that was fun.
That does sound delightful. Man, you had a pretty Mario-y year, and I met the guy. I met Charles Martinet. Yeah,
no
we met.
way.
Yeah,
we met.
He was at
Charles
Collecticon Houston, and we went.
Yeah.
And we paid money, and we got to hear him say the F word.
Yeah. He said the
because
F word. He talked about Adam West, and it was hilarious.
it was very funny. We also met Chumley from Pawn Stars, and he signed my The One Ring Magic the Gathering card.
Yeah.
No
He
way.
signed the Detective Pikachu movie Lick-a-Tongue card.
So yeah, because I got really into Lord of the Rings this year, and then I got into Lord of the Rings Magic the Gathering because I'm a nerd.
Listen, I almost bought a pack just because of my loyalty to Lord of the Rings.
Jacob, I will teach you to play the game, so we can play. You can run my Hobbit deck. I'll be Sauron. But yeah, it's just really funny to have the One Ring because when it enters, you like get protection from everything. So I'm just like, haha, Chun-Li has given me protection from everything. Sorry, that was a
Um,
magic joke in this movie podcast. I'm just gonna go die now.
Yeah, but some more things I want to say about Mario. Um, Jack Black, of course, amazing
Oh,
as
yeah.
Bowser. He does a funny little song about peaches.
Legend.
It can
Yeah.
rival. It will rival. I'm Just Ken at the Oscars.
And then something
I
else
hope
I want
this
to say
is good.
about the music was, yeah, I definitely would be better if they played the original, like original music in this movie from the games and stuff instead of the licensed music. But it is hilarious that this year we got 2 Chris Pratt No Sleep Till Brooklyn movies.
What was the other one?
The Guardians of the
3.
Galaxy.
Oh, yeah.
And they were like the 2 biggest movies this year,
Yeah,
other than Barbie, I guess, and Oppenheimer.
yeah.
Barbenheimer. Yeah, I liked. I thought the whole cast did a good job. I thought Chris Pratt was a pretty good Mario.
Yeah, he was like
Ch-
not as bad as I thought he was
yeah,
gonna be. So
Charlie Day was
good.
a good Luigi. Anya Taylor-Joy was a Peach. She was fine. I don't know. I feel like Peach in the games doesn't have. She has a personality, but she doesn't like talk. So,
Yeah.
None
I
of them
thought.
talk that much. They all just kind of make noises.
Yeah. Seth Rogen is definitely a Donkey Kong.
Yeah, he did the funny laugh, and I laughed in the theater and pointed and screamed.
Yeah. I'm really hoping that Danny DeVito will play Wario in the sequel.
Yeah,
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, yeah. Overall, I loved the Mario movie.
I think Danny DeVito.
Even if as a piece of cinema, it was virtually plotless, and in the spirit of the game franchise, of course.
Yeah.
But I had a big old stupid grin on my face the whole time.
Yeah, it's just like it's very pleasant
Yeah.
if you're
Yeah,
like
it's so
a Mario
fun.
fan. Then the end where they like flying high kick invincibility Bowser, that was like awesome.
And I listened almost exclusively to the film score for like 2 months. That was just like my soundtrack because it's so good and it filled me with joy during time where I needed joy. It was great. I loved the Mario movie.
I want to give a shout out to the awesome moment I just remembered when the doesn't he gets the star and then Bowser like kicks him in the head and it just like an anime move like it just blows out around him. It's so cool.
It's so cool. Anyway, sorry, that was a lot of Mario. We should probably go to the next movie. So I guess we're to 7 with Jacob.
Yeah,
No,
I'm 7.
Yeah.
Oh, you're sorry.
Right.
You're right.
Yeah. So my 7 is probably not on anyone else's list because I think I'm the only person who likes this movie. It's the Meg 2.
Meg 2 sweep.
That's
I
right.
love Meg 2.
Wait, aggressive. It's got it all. It's got sharks. It's got dinosaurs. It's got octopus. It's got the mass Chinese market appeal that I love to see in movies because if anything the Chinese know, if the Chinese know anything, it's that big monster equal good movie.
It's true.
Jason Statham destroys his brain at the bottom of the ocean in one of the most hilarious stupid movie physics things I've ever seen.
I laughed so hard in the theater that I almost threw up, and everyone in the theater was looking at me, and it was great. I saw it with Matthew.
Yeah,
and you remember that I laughed so hard I was like crying.
Yeah, me too. I was also because have you seen this movie, Jacob?
No, and you know what? I liked the first one a lot, but
I saw the first one with you. See,
yeah,
this is the movie that brings us all together.
Yeah. I didn't watch it because I heard it was so bad that it wasn't even like funny bad.
No, it's great. I love it.
It's pretty delightful.
So
it's not in my top 10, but it's delightful.
So they're at the bottom of the ocean, and at the bottom of the ocean there is like thousands of pounds of pressure just because of all the miles of water. that are above you. So Jason Statham is like, I can just fill my lungs with water and then I won't get crushed. So he does that and he somehow survives.
Oh my gosh.
And the best part is they gaslight the audience with it because a character literally says, "Won't the 25,000 meters of pressure crush him to death?" To which the character responds with, "That's not how pressure works. It is
good.
exactly how pressure works."
I'm glad.
And
they
that's
cleared
what
that
broke. And that's what broke me.
up.
They just straight up lied. They just straight up lied to the audience about
like
pressure.
It's like they watched James Cameron's The Abyss and were like, "Oh, you can just make stuff up." Like,
Yeah.
no, actually, they did their research on that one.
Well, it would have almost been okay if they just did it and they just lied to us, but someone outright points out the science and someone else says no. And they brought more attention to it.
Yeah.
And it made me laugh just so hard.
It also had one of the greatest taglines of all time, which was "New Meg, old chum."
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty great.
Oh yeah, and there's the dog, isn't it again, Pippin, and he also once again survives
Pippin's
Meganing.
back.
Yeah.
There's a giant octopus, which I don't think was
Yeah.
in the trailers, but a shark fights an octopus, and it's awesome.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, there's and these little dinosaurs that run around land, they're kind of stupid, but they're there.
It was a
Do they
better
d-
Jurassic Park movie than Jurassic Park Dominion.
Yeah, which I haven't seen, but I would believe.
Good.
I don't think I saw that
Lucky
one
you.
either.
Lucky you. I liked Meg 2 is a lot of fun.
Yeah.
It is also maybe the dumbest movie I've ever seen, but
It
I liked it.
possibly is, but that's why I love it. I love stupid movies.
Yeah. Alright.
My number 7 is, I think this will be on y'all's lists, is of course John Wick Chapter 4.
It's on my list. We'll get there.
I have to admit, I haven't seen it yet.
I'm a huge John Wick fan. I have been since I saw the original. I actually was a naysayer in the very beginning because I remember seeing the trailer for the very first movie and thinking, "Oh my gosh, we've run out of ideas." Because the action movie is always, my wife died, my daughter was kidnapped, now it's my dog died. What are we doing? And at the time, you have to remember that we hadn't really gone through the Keanu Renaissance.
It was
And
supposed
so-
to be it was supposed to be a straight to video movie too, if I recall.
Yeah, and it's like I love this series so much now. It really is like the little series that could. And my dear friend Javi, shout out, was like, "No, we have to go see it." And so we saw the original in D-Box in at the Palladium, and it was
Ooh, deep cut.
amazing. And my life was changed. And so I've been there, opening weekend for every single one. And 4 actually, I think 3 might be my favorite, but 4 has really grown on me. I saw it when it
Three's
came
your
out.
favorite.
Yeah, and I think
Really?
that's kind of an
That's my
uncommon
least
opinion.
favorite. Yeah.
But the
That was-
reason is because I feel like the first movie is so good, but when compared to the other ones, it's almost like a little tame now. And then the second one I don't like as much as the third one because I'm much more of a like martial arts guy than I am like a gunfight guy, and I feel like the second one is all gunfights, and the third one is a good blend of like knife fights, hand to hand, gunfights. It's got everything. And I like how.
Yeah, let's not discuss spoilers for the fourth one though, because I want Matthew to watch this one.
Yeah, okay, that's a good point. But I saw this when it came out, but I feel like I didn't really appreciate it until I saw it again recently. This theater that I go to a lot was doing we'll shout them out, the American Cinematheque. They're a 501c3 nonprofit, but they put on like these awesome screenings all year long, and tickets are pretty affordable, and the money goes to keeping the program going. They did a John Wickathon where they showed all 4 movies in one day. And then a lot
That sounds exhausting.
Well, so I didn't go to the whole thing. I got a ticket, but I didn't go to the whole thing because I had to go to work and contribute to society. But
Oh, boo.
but I got off work in time to get over there and watch the fourth one, which was good because I've seen the other ones a bunch of times, but I've only seen the fourth one once. And then the director, the editor, the producer, and the sound editor came out afterwards, and like hearing them talk about it really like increased my appreciation for it, because I feel like it's easy to, once you've seen so many action scenes back to back, you're like, okay, I get it, but to like really hear all the work that went into it was insane. I was like, these guys are like not getting the appreciation they deserve as geniuses for making this movie. So without getting into any of the details, it's just like some of the greatest action ever put to screen, and it's insane that we got 4 of these movies and they're all great. And Donnie Yen's in it, who I love from a bunch of Hong Kong movies.
Rogue One, my favorite.
Rogue One too.
Rogue One.
For our friend Gareth Edwards.
I really saw
Go ahead.
I really saw 4 movies this year about a war with Japan, didn't I? They're all in my top 10.
Oh yeah, it also has Hiroyuki Sanada, who's in the original Ring, and he's in The Last Samurai. One of my favorite Japanese actors. So it's just incredible. It's like a true epic. And that's all I have to say about that. There's also some actual heartfelt moments too, and I'll say it has one of the coolest opening shots I've seen in a while. That when I saw it in theater, like, and it was like like concert audio, and I could like feel it in my chest.
Well, I think it's great. Without going into detail, I think John Wick 4, I might have liked it even more than you, because I have it. It's up there on my list.
Yeah.
I think it's that the opening of that movie, like, there's the desert scene, which already feels like the conclusion of a movie. It's like,
for real.
that sprawling up, and then they have that like 30-minute just insane battle in the Japanese hotel.
Yeah.
And I was like, I didn't think they could top that. I'm like, this is like the conclusion of an awesome franchise. Like, you could have just ended it there, and then it just keeps going.
The whole there's like a whole like side quest in the German club. That's amazing.
With the German club's cool. But then even the battle of like, I have no idea how they could have done some of those stunts, like when he's in like that famous traffic circle in Paris, and it's like and he just keeps getting hit by cars, because they didn't CGI those. Like,
and
I actually got hit in Paris by cars.
Yeah, it's that movie is just bonkers. And my dad hated it because he's like, it's just 3 hours of action. I'm like, yeah.
There's enough.
Your point.
There's enough story to tie it all together.
Yeah, there's like 15 minutes of story and 3 hours of the best fighting I've ever seen.
It's awesome. And the director, real quick, I'll just give say something he said at the Q&A, which is that what's really interesting is he's obviously like a big action fan, and he has worked as a stunt choreographer and everything for decades. But he is also a big like Buster Keaton, like silent clown fan, and also a big ballet fan. So he was talking about how that all works its way into the action, like how it choreographed action is very much like a dance, and all these things. And then something else he said is really interesting was he was like, a lot of times when they make an action scene, they think about it like a maze. So it's like the fight's not just happening like on a flat surface, like Tekken or something. Like, it's like there's all these obstacles they have to go through and corners they have to go around and to add to the fight. And so the whole idea for the Arc de Triomphe traffic scene was, he was like, what if you had a maze where the walls moved? And so that's why there's cars. And the reason it's a circle is because he's like, if you have it in, if you have cars just moving around all the time, then it takes like an hour to reset for every shot. But if it's just a big circle, you can just have the cars keep going and you can shoot all day. So that was the moment where I was like, this guy is an actual genius.
Well, it's cool that they're talking about it like a maze and stuff, because there's the scene that's like literally like a dungeon crawler.
Yes,
because these movies are obvious. Like, I think they've talked about, they're obviously influenced by like video games and stuff. Because I mean, the original stunt people, because it's the stunt people from the Matrix, and they learned a lot of their craft there from playing like old video games and stuff.
Yeah.
And now they're just going just insane with these movies, and like there's the scene that's just like, oh yeah, what if John Wick was in Gauntlet? And it's awesome.
Yeah, it's
with
incredible.
He has like the Dragonfire shotgun, and it's so cool.
I think that's like the first scene I think of when I think of this movie. Like it's just it's so cool.
I think of the stairs, but that's just because it's the stairs.
Yeah, that's oh my god. This was a big year for me for crying in movies. I don't know what's going on in my personal life that caused me to do this, but I almost cried during John Wick. I won't spoil anything for Matthew, but at the beginning of or a moment during the stairs scene with Donnie Yen where I like it just got to me. I was like, I guess there is honor among thieves.
Honor Among Thieves? You're not going to believe my number 7. Sorry, not to go out of order, but
good segue.
But yeah, John Wick 4. It almost made me cry too. I almost cried in like 4 movies this year, and then actually cried in a movie. I've added one to the list.
We'll get it. Well, I'll have my cry counter going. So I cried in 2 of them so far: Iron Claw and John Wick.
Yeah, I've only ever truly cried now in 5 movies, and one of them was from this year.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Well, because I don't count Misty Eye doesn't count. It has to be a full tear.
Okay, if we're doing that, then I only cried in.
And
no,
so
still a good number of these.
Full cried. The only other ones are like Return of the King, Toy Story 3, Trying to Remember,
Baby's Day Out.
Yeah, Baby's Day's Out. Godzilla versus Mothra. That's not a joke. And I can't remember.
I watched Paddington when I had a fever and I cried a lot.
Paddington 2 is on the almost cried list.
So Paddington's like one of those movies that I almost cry at, but then I saw it when I had a fever and I like actually cried.
Yeah. And I'll think of the other one that has made me cry, but eventually.
I cried watching while listening to, or I guess I teared up while listening to the commentary for Return of the King the other day. I wasn't even actually watching the movie, but the ending, the whole like a lot of the ending moments were getting to me, even though Peter Jackson was talking over it like, yeah, so for this scene we shot it pretty quickly.
Yeah. Oh, Force Awakens. That was the fourth.
Oh yeah.
Because I was super. You remember 2015, Ricky? That was my life.
Yeah.
And the Han Solo getting stabbed really got me.
Yeah.
Now I go back and I watch it and it's funny, but 2015 Ricky was really invested in that movie.
No, I still stand by Force Awakens. I know that it's a rehash or whatever, but I have such fond memories of it.
Oh, it's still good, but like
it's just kind of like
Han Solo dying is broadcast from a mile away.
Oh yeah.
So I'm a little embarrassed I didn't catch it at the time, but I was just so wrapped up in that movie for so long that I was just like willing to go on the journey it took me.
Yeah. So number
7. I guess it is me.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Honor Among Thieves, you made that joke. I really liked Dungeon. To my absolute shock, actually, I really liked Dungeons and Dragons: Honor Among Thieves, and this is coming from someone who has become actively annoyed at Dungeons and Dragons. I play the game and I think it's fun, but being in college, it's like. There's so many people that their whole personality is talking about Dungeons and Dragons. It has burned me out. I refuse to know any of the lore. I'll play it with my friends, but I'm always a goofy guy.
Yeah.
Just to play it for silly. So I'm like, a whole movie about lore? That sounds like I will hate it. And then I loved it.
I think what works about them, because like Dungeons and Dragons is kind of like, it's kind of just generic fantasy stuff. So like that's like fine. You're watching a movie about fantasy stuff. That's fun. You don't have. It's not like you're having some guy standing next to you and telling you about all of his Dungeons and Dragons experience, which is what's annoying about Dungeons and Dragons
Yeah.
is the
Yeah.
people who play it.
But I was still worried because I'm like, oh, I was thinking it's gonna be like the Warcraft movie where it's like for the
Fell
fan,
magic.
but like the Warcraft movie, and I don't want to knock the Warcraft movie too much because like I'll acknowledge I'd never played the game, so for like people who are into Warcraft, I get that movie was really nice, but it was just so dense with so much lore, and I was so worried that was what it was gonna be, the Dungeons and Dragons, where they're gonna be like, oh, and then Vecna raised the dead of the blah, 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 blah. And I guess there's still a little bit of that because I guess all the villains and stuff are like characters from the games. I guess like the Blood King or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's like.
But
yeah,
I didn't know that. I didn't even know what a Baldur's Gate was until that video game came out. So it went right over my head when I saw the movie the first time.
And by the time I saw this movie, that game had come out. So me and Ricky were watching it at his house, and every time they said Baldur's Gate, we were like, oh, Among Us. Oh,
But what I really liked was it's from the director of from my contender as the funniest movie of the past 5 years, Game Night.
I still need to see that. I've never seen it.
Oh, Game Night goes so hard.
Yeah.
It's from this.
Wait, did we watch that?
We watched it, and then you left, and I don't think you finished it.
So I thought that was like we started that, and then we didn't watch it, and then we watched Hoodwink 2.
Maybe.
Because that was during that day it was flooded, right?
Yeah, that was when it was super rainy, and then like we left Hoodwink 2 halfway through to go play in the rain, but no one bothered to pause Hoodwink 2.
Yeah.
Because it was so flooded that I could literally, if I lied down, I could become completely submerged in water, which is pretty impressive because I'm pretty thick in the middle.
Yeah. That was fun. Those like days at school where the campus turned into a river.
Yeah, they canceled class so you could go play outside.
Swim outside. Go swim on the sidewalk.
This was like right before COVID, so we hadn't invented not having fun during bad weather. Because now everything they're just like, we'll go Zoom.
It's so bad.
Go Zoom yourself.
Yeah, but like the D&D movie, it reminded me a lot of I don't think it's quite as good, but it was very Guardians of the Galaxy. Like instead of being this giant epic battle, it was like just a fun heist movie.
Yeah, it's like fun friends. They do a fun little heist.
Yeah. And like the characters were very endearing. Chris Pine has now made it into my heart as the second best Chris.
Who's first?
Chris Pratt. I like Chris
Pratt.
Oh
yeah. I forgot about him. I was thinking Hemsworth and Pine. I mean Hemsworth and Captain America.
Yeah, Evans.
That's Captain America.
Chris Evans fell off for me. Chris Hemsworth's still okay. But yeah, but Chris Pine, because I have always been anti Chris Pine because I thought he was a terrible Captain Kirk. But when he's not in Star Trek, when he's just like a goof, when he's not supposed, because he makes for a terrible badass leader. But like when he's like Wonder Woman's boyfriend, who just is kind of there, he's very endearing. And I liked him as like the slightly useless bard character.
Yeah.
And then Michelle Rodriguez is just Michelle Rodriguez, but she does it pretty well.
This is the year I became a Michelle Rodriguez stan because I watched all the Fast and Furious movies, R.I.P. Which and then I love her in Avatar, so I was like, yeah, actually, I don't care that she does the same thing every time. She's awesome.
Yeah,
actually, cool. This year was so good for movies that I actually liked this year's designated Fast and Furious movie. I watched Fast X on a plane, and it's the most fun I've had with these since Hobbs and Shaw.
I watched all of them leading up to X, and then saw it with my friends in the I think we saw it in IMAX. And when we came out of the theater, there were these guys who were making a documentary about the Fast and Furious and its impact over the last 20 years, and so they interviewed us for their documentary. So stay tuned. I might appear in a documentary talking about Fast and Furious.
Nice.
Cool.
But yeah, because I like Fast. Because I think the 7th one was the first one I ever saw. I saw it at
Same.
Marine Camp. And I really liked it. And then 8 I thought was terrible, and 9 I thought was terrible, and I liked Hobbs and Shaw, but that's kind of its own thing.
Me too. I like
Um,
Hobbs and Shaw.
Yeah, I've
but
only seen Hobbs and Shaw, but it was awesome. I loved it.
but Fast X, I just keep watching these on airplanes because they're 2.5 hours long, which is about the time it takes to fly from San Antonio to Denver. And so I watched it and just to have something on. And I was kind of into it. And Jason Momoa is really funny as the villain. And I like
yeah, he was great.
and I like John Cena. And you know what? It was the first time since Free Fire that I didn't hate Brie Larson in a movie. I thought I thought because I'm like, oh god, it's Brie Larson, but then she's kind of okay in the Fast movie.
Yeah,
Strangely enough.
I wish they would give her like she needs a win because I feel like I really like her in like interviews and stuff. She seems like a nice lady. And
No, she doesn't. She's awful.
Agreed.
Is that a personal attack? That's my favorite.
Also, I'm not that deep in. You know, I don't think I can die on this cross. But I also, you know, I like her in Scott Pilgrim, and she was great in The Room and all this stuff. So I just feel like she needs a win.
Wait, she's in The Room?
No, Room.
She's
sorry.
in Room, not to be confused with The Room.
Okay. I was like, what?
Because I didn't even like her in Kong Skull Island, and I like most of the characters in Skull Island, but I didn't like her, and I didn't like Loki in that one either.
That's my biggest problem with that movie is that all the side characters are way better than the two main characters.
Yeah, I don't like them, but I love Samuel L. Jackson. I love John C. Reilly. I liked John Goodman is always a treat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's my review of Dungeons and Dragons.
I like Kong Skull Island.
I do like Kong Skull Island.
Yeah.
But no, the D&D movie.
D&D movie was just a good fun time.
Yeah, it had just the cast was really good. I liked it had Sophia Lillis of It Chapter 1 fame.
Oh yeah.
As the druid character. It had the villain of Paddington 2 as the villain of Dungeons and Dragons.
Oompa Loompa.
Yeah, I can never remember his name, and I feel bad because he's really good.
Hugh Grant.
Yeah, Hugh Grant, and I like that he's essentially just playing the same. He's essentially just keeps playing the same character, which is evil con man.
Keep forgetting that Wonka exists.
I know, I haven't seen it yet.
Me neither.
It's such an interesting phenomenon. Like these leading men, when they get to a certain age, they get to just start playing freaks and seem like they're having a lot more fun. Like same thing with what's his name? The Penguin.
Danny DeVito?
No, the new one. What's that? Why can't I think of his name? The Irish actor. Colin Farrell. He used to be like the hunk leading man, and now he's just playing weirdos.
He was the villain in the first Fantastic Beasts movie.
Oh,
that's all I remember him from. They got replaced with Johnny Depp, and then he got replaced with the other actor from all those movies.
Nicholson? Is he in it?
No, it's the guy. Wait, what did he say? Guy from Rogue One.
Mikkelsen?
Yeah, Mads Mikkelsen. Yeah, that's right.
I like him. He seems like a cool actor.
Yeah, I like him too. I didn't see the new Fantastic Beasts one though. So if he's a great Grindelwald, I win it now. Because the crimes of Grindelwald more like crime against humanity.
Put him crash.
I blame that movie for my first heartbreak. That's there was a lot of problems there, but I'll blame Harry Potter.
That's a fair thing to blame.
No, the D&D movie, it was just a really fun heist movie. It had, I keep saying great action, like that means anything on a podcast, but did have, like, it was very, like, I liked that the action, first of all, it didn't have endless battles like I thought it would, like a trillion billion CGI laser things.
Oh yeah.
Like all the action is very specific. It's like, and they do clever things. Like there's the one. Have you seen it, Jacob? I actually don't know.
I actually have been biting my tongue because I'm gonna talk about this one a little later on.
Oh, but there's like the great action scenes where it's like the druid turns in, where she's like being chased and she has to turn in like 15 different animals to
Yeah,
like
yeah.
and it's all in one shot. And I recognize that because it's very similar to the same scene from Game Night where that also involves a one shot big chase scene. And you know how I feel about one shot things. Um
Pro
how
or
I
against?
a very very four. I love
Yeah,
1917 was a masterpiece.
that movie's awesome.
You remember how I felt about Atomic Blonde? Not a great movie, but I love the action scene in the middle. That's just one take.
Yeah, that is
Um,
awesome.
but yeah,
Uh,
but the D&D movie. I just thought was way more fun than I was expecting, and I've watched it 3 times because I saw it with my friends at like a 2 week early screening. They had like a
yeah.
fan event something if you had Amazon Prime. I saw that and I got a really cool reusable cup with like a lid and a straw with like
Nice.
etched dragon stuff on it. That was my cup I brought to work every day this summer because it
Yeah, I feel like
yeah.
everyone I knew saw it at like an early thing. They really had they really put the word out there.
Well, I think they had to because like everyone thought it was going to be terrible and it ended up being really
Yeah.
good. So but then they also shot themselves in the foot, I think, because there was a big thing with Paramount this year releasing really good movies like a week before big cinematic events, because I think it came out like 5 days before Mario.
Uh-huh.
Just like Transformers came out like the week after Spider-Verse, and Mission Impossible came out like the week before Barbenheimer. So Paramount had like 3 excellent movies, and they released them at the absolute worst times.
Yeah.
And I feel bad because I thought the D&D movie, I would very much love to see a couple sequels with that same cast.
And I think they're that's the plan at least, because Chris Pine keeps saying in articles, it's coming, it's gonna happen soon. So I don't know if that's wishful thinking or if he actually knows something. But yeah, I would love another one with those characters, or even a like anthology with new characters, but done in the same style, because I really love that movie.
Yeah, but yeah, I very much enjoyed Honor Among Thieves.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, I guess if we can move on to the next one.
All right. So my next movie, number 6, is Dungeons and Dragons: Honor Among Thieves.
Oh, God, I heard that one's pretty good.
Yeah, I've heard some good stuff about that.
Yeah, so I didn't actually see this in theaters because I'm not a Dungeons and Dragons fan, so I wasn't like, I'm gonna go definitely see this. But I watched it at Ricky's house and it was cool, and I liked it a lot.
Because I thought it would be. I'm like, you didn't believe me. I'm like, it's a Matthew movie.
Yeah. So yeah, we already talked about it, so
Yeah.
we know what it is.
All right. What's your number 6, Jacob?
My number 6, I don't know if this is a known movie or not, because I feel like even people I talk to out here are like, what are you talking about? But my number 6 is the story of BlackBerry phones, BlackBerry. This is
Okay.
it's
Is this like Flamin' Hot movie?
kind of, yeah. So it was
It's like the
there
Cheeto.
have been a lot of these movies lately where
Yeah,
they're
the
like air.
product.
Yeah, but
We
this one,
gotta get this shoe made, or else Michael Jordan's not gonna sell a shoe.
this one
I
I
re-
think is
I
really.
really wanted to
something-
see the Tetris one, but then it was like on Apple, and I was like, I don't have Apple yet. I can watch it now though.
Yeah,
I've heard the
'cause you're
Tetris
Best
one is
Buy.
actually pretty good.
Because Tetris actually has an interesting backstory, so
Yeah.
it has like actual like Bridge of Spies sort of shenanigans.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Well,
sorry.
this one I feel like is really the best of the best, because it's so this is also kind of a deep cut, but it's directed by this guy he's like a Canadian like sketch comedy guy. He's also plays like kind of the second main character. And he as an aside for any Chronically Online people, he made the Wii Shop Wednesday video that you might have seen, where it's the two guys that are like, they're singing a song set to the Wii Shop theme, but they're just saying the names of Nintendo games. If no one has seen this, it sounds insane, but it's a hilarious video that I retweet every Wednesday.
Wednesday got me like.
Yeah.
Wednesday got me like. Okay.
And so anyway, I was like, no way, Wii Shop Wednesday guy made a movie, and it's actually like really really funny. And Glenn Howerton from Always Sunny in Philadelphia is
I like Glenn Howerton.
He plays
that
not
Dennis?
really a
That's Dennis, yeah.
Okay.
yeah Dennis. He plays not really the villain, but like he
But,
plays
like, the
this
Dennis?
character that so it's one of those, it's a classic story of like they started from nothing and then power corrupted them kind of thing. But it's done in a really funny way, and he the whole time looks ridiculous because he has this giant bald spot. And his name is like Mr. Balsillie is like the character's name, but everyone keeps calling him Bald Silly.
That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny.
It's a hilarious movie, and like and it's done it's not like a mockumentary, but it's kind of done in that like Office style where the camera feels like it's in the room and will like zoom in on people, and it's like they play it for laughs, but it's like kind of intense where they're like, all of our stocks just went down, and it'll like zoom in on someone's face and they're wearing like something really stupid. It's hard to explain, but it's just
Jim makes a silly face.
Yeah. It's hard to explain why it's so good, but it's like actually a really compelling story about like the tech world, and like, and it's kind of like a throwback because no one has Blackberries anymore. And
Perry R.I.P.
R.I.P.
R.I.P. Perry R. Sorry, that was a deep cut that no one would get.
You told
Please
about that
continue.
guy.
The
Please
audience should know
continue.
he didn't actually die. He just stopped going to school with us.
He is the one who showed me Kingdom of the Crystal Skull on his BlackBerry
Yeah,
device.
you told me about that
Yeah,
guy.
I've told you about Perry R.
He's
Yeah.
awesome. He was a
Is
big
he?
Elvis fan.
Big fan of Hitler, if I recall. Actually, maybe. You know what? Allegedly, I'm not going to say anything for lest us be sued.
Yeah. But yeah, it's definitely worth checking out. I laughed the whole way through, and I came away being like, why does nobody know about this movie? It's so funny. And also
it's a BlackBerry movie.
I know they had bad press. But it's awesome, and it's genuinely too like a very compelling story. Because they start like basically as like VCR repairmen with a dream, and
like
Yes.
Red Letter Media.
yeah.
Lightning fast VCR repair show.
But yeah, it's awesome, and the main guy is Jay Baruchel, who's the voice of Hiccup on How to Train Your Dragon.
Yeah.
And there's a great, a little bit of a spoiler, I guess, but not really, because you'll have to see it to appreciate it. But there's a great moment where there's kind of a One Piece time skip, and
One Piece,
where they've started to get really famous. And the next time you see him, he's got like this. I guess the stress has gotten to him, and he's starting to dress like Steve Jobs, and he's got like just like alabaster white hair and looks insane. It's a hilarious cut.
just like One Piece.
In prison for the rest of his days. I
Jacob,
know
did you
nothing
start-
about One Piece.
Did you start One Piece?
Me?
Yeah.
So my story with One Piece is that I had a friend. We all went home for COVID during college, and when we came back, he had done pretty much nothing but watch One Piece during quarantine. So he was like hundreds and hundreds of episodes in, and he was like, "You guys have to watch this. It's the greatest story ever told."
That is.
And so
also
basically forced me to watch One Piece, and he converted all my roommates. So now all my roommates are caught up completely. They stopped watching it and started reading it, and so they're all caught up. But I stopped after Arlong because I just never really got into it, and that's when they said, "Okay, if you still don't like it, you can stop."
All right, this has now become a One Piece debate podcast. Jacob, what the heck? That is like
We're 2 hours in and not even halfway through the list.
Yeah, well now we're gonna discuss all of One Piece, so it's gonna be longer.
Okay, buckle in, guys. But I will say my roommate keeps me pretty up to date with what's going on. And every time I hear about it, I go, wow, this does sound cool. But then when I watched it, I was like, I don't like this. So
Okay.
I don't know. Maybe one day I'll try reading it, or
Yeah, I feel like they're remaking it also.
yeah. So I think
Which
maybe I'll
is
give that a
In
try.
live action.
Well, they did that.
Woohoo!
Okay, Jacob, do not watch that. That is
I
trash.
haven't watched it.
But they're gonna like remake the anime, so it'll have like probably like better animation and better pacing.
That was my biggest issue, was the pacing,
Yeah.
because there would be like emotional moments that resonated with me, but then I would go, I almost feel cheated because I feel this moment, but I've been bored for the last 4 episodes, so I don't feel like you deserve my emotion.
Yeah, probably should read it so you don't have to deal with the anime being wasting time to fill episodes and stuff.
Yeah. Anyhow, Blackberry, check it out.
Yeah, check out One Piece, guys. Small indie manga.
Read it on your Blackberry with the
Read on your BlackBerry.
My my number 6 was it's a little indie film called Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning Part 1. Talking about Paramount movies that came out at the wrong time.
Oh yeah.
This was my most hyped movie of 2021, and then it was my most hyped movie of 2022, and then it was my most hyped movie of 2023, and it finally came out, and it was awesome, and no one saw it but me, and
That
I
was
was
what blew my
sad.
mind. Like I was
'Cause,
like,
dude, Mission Impossible Fallout was like a massive hit, and everyone who's smart agreed it was one of the best movies ever made.
yeah,
And then
it's
no one saw the
incredible.
sequel, and the sequel is also really, really good.
Yeah. You know what? I did see Dead Reckoning in the theater because I knew that I needed to see it in the theater. But I think it might have been like the weekend after I saw Barbie or something, and so when I got to the theater with plenty of time to spare, but there was such terrible traffic to see Barbenheimer, and that it took me so long to park that I missed the whole opening sequence. So I need to see it again.
Oh, so you were just completely lost.
No, I still knew what was going
So you
on.
missed
I
like the
just,
whole stuff with like the submarine and everything.
yeah, but they explained later the submarine, so I understood it. I just
That's a
didn't
really
see the
good
scene.
action scene, though.
Yeah, that's what everyone told me, because I kept hearing people say the opening is so good, and I was like, "What are you talking about? The desert?" Like,
Yeah. Um.
but also that movie just gets points for having like one of the highest ratios of beautiful women to scenes in a movie I've ever seen.
It's true. It's got Mantis from Guardians of the Galaxy as a geisha assassin lady in a
Yeah.
crop top, and it's art. I'm glad I saw. I'm glad I saw that in the IMAX.
Yeah.
It's Saint vs. Snowman Vision.
In San vs. Snowman Vision. And it just the train scene, man. Like,
Oh my god, yeah.
look, I know a lot of it was like COVID over budget because they filmed it for like 2 years. And so the movie probably wasn't originally supposed to cost $300 million, but like it looks like it could have.
Yeah.
Like the freaking like train. There's like the part where the train and each car keeps falling over, and they're like, oh, it's so good. It's so good. I still put it probably below Fallout, just because Fallout was like the best movie, like Mad Max Fury Road quality.
No,
Just
for real.
how the hell did you pull that off?
Yeah, like I still remember watching the finale of Fallout in the theater, and like literally being like on the edge of my seat.
Yeah, I was like like the end of Fallout had me like shaking. Just like from adrenaline and from stress.
Yeah, I also think
Um,
it's like Henry Cavill hasn't really lived up to that since then for me, but he was so good in it that it made me go, whenever he's in something I go, "Oh, Henry Cavill," just because of that one movie.
yeah, can't wait for Argyle.
Listen, I'll be there. I love Matthew Vaughn.
I'll be there. I love Bryce Dallas Howard. I also like Matthew Vaughn, but he's 1 for 3 on Kingsman movies. And 1.5. The Kingsman was okay.
I like all of them, but the first one I think is like lightning in a bottle.
Yeah, the first
Yeah.
one's a masterpiece. The second one is bad except for the action scenes, and the third one, the first 40 minutes is really good, and then they kill Rasputin. So what's the point? Um, but yeah, no, but Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning Part 1 of 1 apparently, because Part 2 is going to be called something else.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
I heard about that.
like, and even though it was there were a lot of part ones this year with Fast X and this and Spider Verse, and I think
Yeah.
this one probably had the best ending of the three because I still feel like it had a third act. Because
I would agree. Yeah.
because they sort of kind of accomplished their goal, and then they're like, all right, next step is to go fight the bad guy.
Yeah,
And then
I
I'm like,
agree.
oh hell yeah, I'm ready for that. It
Because
didn't
the
it
other
didn't
two.
it didn't
Go
leave you
ahead.
like quaking, like why would you end here like Spider-Man?
Yeah, I agree.
Um we'll get there. Um but Mission Impossible I really like. I don't know how they're gonna top themselves in the next one, but I cannot wait for uh MI8 in 2025, which I believe it will be the most delayed movie ever because they announced it in 2018, and I've lived my entire adult life being excited for mission for the two-part conclusion to Mission Impossible, and I'm still waiting. But
Well, Tom Cruise has had to take time off to continually fight for the existence of cinema.
it's true, and he did make Top Gun Maverick, which was awesome.
Yeah. I have a
Um,
complicated relationship with Mr. Cruise, but maybe this is neither the time nor the place.
I I like I like Cruise the actor. I
Yeah.
like Cruz. Cruz the persona I like. Cruz the man has. I don't know, but we
He
don't have
just
to get into that.
he has so much like strange Hollywood energy, like where he kind of gives me a weird vibe, but my god, can he make a movie?
Actually, I'm fine with him like in his weird energy. It's more just like the Scientology stuff, but he isn't even that annoying about it anymore.
Yeah. Well, that was what I meant with like the
Yeah,
weird energy. Like I'm
yeah.
like I can't forget that he's part of basically a cult.
Not even a cult, freaking scam. Cults I'm okay with. Scams are,
I draw the
but
line.
yeah, I do draw the line at scams. But like I don't know, his movies have been really nice. I cannot wait for Mission Impossible 8. Um, I feel my blood. I felt my blood pressure rise just talking about those movies. Sometimes there's so much. They're just so raw.
I know this has made me want to watch Fallout again.
Yo, come over. Let's watch Fallout.
Okay, I'll be there in like 24 hours.
Yeah. They put the first four of those on Pluto TV, which is like my go-to app on my TV when I just want to throw something on while I do laundry or clean. And then so I have watched the first four like on loop sometimes, or I'll just leave them on and I'll come back and just be in the middle of a scene. But then it's Mission Impossible 2, so I have to change the channel because I don't like Mission Impossible 2.
Oh, I like two. I'm a two truther.
I like John Woo, but I don't like that movie because it's not Mission Impossible. It is a
Yeah,
John Woo
although
movie.
I have to. Well, we'll get to it. For John Woo will make a return.
Oh, you a big Silent Night guy?
Well, I didn't say it was going to be during the good movie section.
Oh, I didn't see Silent Night. I wanted to, and then Godzilla came out, and I saw that instead, and I feel like I made the right choice.
Yes, you
Um,
absolutely did.
but yeah. Anyway, that's probably yeah. Please go see the seventh installment in one of the best movie franchises of all time. I don't think I'm surprising anyone with putting this one on the list because I've been talking about the same movie for 5 years.
Yeah, I love Mission Impossible is so cool. I do feel like for as much complaining as I do sometimes, I do feel like we're in like an action renaissance with like or we have been for a while with like Fury Road and John Wick and the more recent Mission Impossible movies. Like something's going right.
Well, it was kind of magical that we got a John Wick and a Mission Impossible in the same year,
Yeah,
which is
they were both
pretty nice.
great.
And they're both like they're both excellent.
Yeah,
But
well, never mind. I was gonna get into
Yeah.
potential spoiler territory.
Yeah, we should go to our number fives.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we should break off the episode right here as a surprise. This was part 1, baby, and I might actually edit it that way because this is going to become 5 hours long. I can feel it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Hopefully,
Well,
we'll
Steve-
have more repeats though, and we can move along
Well, I think
faster.
yeah. So okay, so it's 5. Yeah, I have Mario. When we talked about Mario, it's very
Ooh, heard it's
very
pretty
fun. I like Mario.
I'm looking forward to seeing that one.
good. All right, Jacob, what's your number 5? What pretentious garbage do you have? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
It might be the most pretentious one on here. But my number 5 is Past Lives, which I don't know if y'all saw this or have heard of this.
Is
but
this the one where Kevin Spacey turns into a cat?
No.
Oh no, that's 9 Lives.
Past Lives is it's directed by Celine Song. I'm not sure what else she's done, but I can tell you really quick. This actually might be her first movie. Yeah, it's her first feature, I think. And it's incredible. It stars Greta Lee, who I don't know what else she's been in that y'all would know. I'm not trying to say that in an obnoxious way. I barely know other things she's been in. I think she was in the Watchmen TV show.
Wait, is she the one from those X movies where she's the hacker lady, or she's like the slasher lady?
No, that's Mia Goth.
Oh no, that tracks. That tracks. Never
Yeah.
mind.
I just pulled her up. It actually says that she's in the Spider-Verse movies, but I don't know as who.
Oh, is she African American or? Is she
No,
black?
she's Korean.
Oh, I
Here,
thought
I'll
maybe
tell you who she is.
I thought maybe she would have been like the hacker lady from Spider-Verse.
It says Into the Spider-Verse, she's credited as interesting person number 2.
Okay.
Oh, her! Of course.
And let's see what she is in Across the Spider-Verse. She's Lila. Who's Lila?
That's the AI girl, isn't it?
No, the AI girl is like Issa.
Lila. Who would that be? Anyway.
I'd be surprised if they cast an Asian woman as a black character.
Yeah, that would seem
Yeah,
odd in
Lila
this day and age.
Lila is the AI girl.
Is she?
Yeah.
Oh wait, sorry. You're right. She is. Sorry, I was thinking of the holographic lady with all the computers.
No, the like.
But Lila, yeah, she's the one.
Yeah,
she's like
Miguel's
the
AI
Cortana.
waifu. Yeah.
Yeah, Cortana, Spider Cortana.
Yeah.
Fun fact about Past Lives is this is also tied to a viral YouTube video, much like Blackberry, which is that the director's husband is the guy who made the YouTube video where he's like, "Potion seller, I need your strongest potions." Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, what's this movie about though?
Okay,
You've
let me
lost
tell you.
I heard Spider Verse. I start talking about Spider Man.
So Past Lives is a like, I guess you would just say it's a drama, but basically it's like it covers a lot of ground. It's about this girl. She grew up in Korea, but she moved to America when she was like 10. So we see the very beginning, and she has this like childhood best friend / maybe first love. He stays in Korea. So then we see their lives as they separate. And this is like, this isn't a spoiler. This is the layout of the movie. So she lives in America, and she, grows up here, goes to college. She becomes a writer. She gets married to a white guy. And she lives in New York. I know. And then they reconnect over, like Facebook or something, her and the Korean guy. And he doesn't speak very good English, but he comes to visit her. And so then the whole movie is like this very interesting thing where it's another one that made me cry because it's just like a very sweet, like very honest movie about missed connections and like the one who got away and like what could have been. And that's why it's called Past Lives.
You're gonna make me cry.
No, yeah, this is
don't make me think
one.
of things.
And because she's like, it's very, it makes you feel a lot of stuff because it's like you like her husband a lot and you like want them to be together, but at the same time, here's this guy who like knows this whole other side of her, and like, you're also like, well, I really like him too, and like, I don't want him to break up this marriage, but is there such a thing as true love and all this stuff, and like, what was I about to say?
in another
It's also
life,
in-
he would have loved to do laundry with her too.
Yeah, very much that vibe.
Yeah.
And that's why it's called Past Lives. Is there's a part in it. There's this Korean. This is what I was gonna say. There's this idea in Korea. I think it's called Inyeon is the Korean, and it's the idea that like when you I hope I'm not butchering this. I haven't seen the movie in a while, but the idea that like when you have a real connection with someone, it's because in your past lives you were already something to each other. So like you're building emotion over all these lives, and so
Where you like that, you keep finding the same person over and
Right.
over. Like
yeah, and so it's
yeah.
a really beautiful movie, and like they're always talking about like what do we mean to each other, and I don't want to spoil it in case you guys watch it, but it's very powerful, and the performances are amazing, and I'm really surprised that they haven't really been nominated for anything yet. Some people are saying that the that the awards.
Dark Horse.
Some people are like, someone was like, the Academy was like, we gave too many awards to Asians for Everything Everywhere. We can't do it ever again.
Yeah, they already gave all those awards to Parasite. They can't give out more.
Yeah,
Parasite and Everything Everywhere, and the upcoming Godzilla sweep. No,
but
wouldn't it be insane though if Godzilla wins an Academy Award? Like,
I think it should.
Insanely based and should.
That'd be awesome.
I don't.
Retroactively makes up for Final Wars losing in 2004.
Was Final Wars actually nominated?
No, of course not. It's Final Wars.
Well, I thought maybe for effects or something.
Are you kidding me? That movie is made for infants.
Yeah,
I'm the infant.
Yeah, because Final Wars is too based for the the Academy system, and also they didn't even haven't considered foreign movies for like till recently, right?
Yeah.
I'm not sure actually, but
unless well, definitely not Asian movies. Maybe some French stuff.
Yeah,
Probably,
yeah.
The English Patient from Seinfeld.
But also, I will say, if you all are interested in watching it, you might come across some discourse, which has been happening lately, where people are like, basically people are saying, oh, it's overrated, and there's like this whole discussion happening, but it's not true. They're just haters, because every time something is popular, people have to go, oh, it's actually not that good. So don't listen to the haters. It actually is really good. And that's all I have to say about that. It's incredible, and if you're a real lover boy like me, it'll probably make you cry.
I'm not in the right emotional state to watch that currently. I'll give it a few months. Going through a lot right now, Jacob.
No, I will say, even for me, I was like, it made me think about a lot of stuff from like 5 years ago that I was like, I'm done thinking about that. And then in Past Lives was like, no, you're not.
Yeah. Laughing through the pain right now. Yeah.
Anyway, what's yours, Ricky? Mr. Knight?
Oh, mine is this. I guess technically this is my most pretentious movie on here. Oppenheimer. You might have heard of it. What an achievement. Like, I've got 4 other movies on here that I liked more. But Oppenheimer might be like the best movie ever made. So I remember every Christopher Nolan trailer is always super intense, right? Like he invented the Inception womp, like sort of thing. And the Oppenheimer trailer is like super intense with that clock ticking thing.
Yeah, they got like Gangnam Style playing.
Yeah, Oppen style.
Oppenheimer style.
Thought we were making a rice cooker. Don't complete the joke. But but like the actual trailer is like insane, and then the movie, despite being 3 hours long and containing no action scenes, is able to keep that intensity the entire time.
Yeah, it's insane.
It's absolutely bonkers. And then I'm a big chemistry nerd. I was gonna be a chemical engineer until I got to OChem, which is BS, and no one should do with that.
OChem is a horrible game.
Yeah, but like someone on the internet said this is the Avengers for people who know the periodic table, and it totally is. Like they're like Dr. Oppenheimer, meet Niels Bohr. I'm like, Niels Bohr?
Yeah.
Why he
I keep
created
thinking-
the Bohr model that we use today?
I was like, I know these guys aren't about to bring up the plum pudding model.
Yeah. Yeah, so as a big Walt Warner fan, I want to know Walt Warner's thoughts on this.
Oh, I bet he loved it.
I bet
Or
he
has
loved
never
it.
heard of it.
But yeah, the Oppenheimer. Oh, and then just like just a fascinating study, like because I thought they were gonna do the Hollywood thing where they just like this man was a horrible man. See how horrible he was, but they like actually like have a lot of complexity with
Uh-huh.
Oppenheimer, and they don't shy away from that. He was kind of a terrible person, but they're
Yeah.
also like, but they don't deny that what he did, like his accomplishments and like his remorse for the project. And I don't know. I thought it was just fascinating.
Yeah.
I loved it.
No, I
Um,
agree. This was one of my honorable mentions, which is that shows you how great this year was.
I know.
Yeah.
But
Well, I have to.
go ahead.
I have to admit something. I still have not seen this movie.
Hey, I don't blame you. It's hard to convince.
I
to-
do like
hour.
there's the Gangnam Style video where he's his
Oppenheimer style.
yeah, where he doesn't realize his La Bombe kills people. That was quite funny. I like that. Yeah.
I really liked this movie. It also inspired a lot of debate among my friend group, which is always fun when you get to really dig into a movie like that. But yeah, I agree. It's insane that it's like almost entirely dudes in rooms talking to each other for 3 hours, and it still was like, I'm glad I saw this on IMAX.
Unfortunately, I did not get to see it in IMAX because the only theater that was showing it in 70 millimeter was the AMC River Center in downtown San Antonio.
Oh yeah.
Which is a cursed theater, and everyone online was like, it's a 50-50 chance if it's even gonna work that day.
Oh wow.
And I did not want to spend $20 to park in that parking garage.
Yeah.
Only for the movie to not work. So instead I got to see it in 70 millimeter film non-IMAX at the Palladium, which made the double feature with Barbie pretty convenient.
Yeah, I saw it in 70 millimeter, which was really cool.
And it was also really cool to see a movie on film.
Yeah.
And then they had like a bunch of really weird trailers because I guess there's all the trailers for things that are on 70 millimeter. And it almost convinced me to go see The Holdovers, but I still haven't gotten to that one yet. But I kind of want to watch it because Paul Giamatti's pretty funny.
I have
he's a
another
very funny guy.
contribution about this movie I have not seen yet. My brother saw it, and his review was Iron Man is in a courtroom, and then there's Family Guy cutaway gags to Oppenheimer, and that's it. That's what he told me about
Hey,
it.
he forgot to mention that Iron Man's assistant in the movie is young Han Solo. Just what a cast!
It's insane.
And I'm very curious because this could beat the Titanic record for most Academy Award nominations. So I think it could win everything.
It could. Although I will say, as much as I liked Robert Downey Jr. in it, he won the Golden Globe for it, and it was such a stacked category that I was like, I don't know if I would have given it to him, to be honest.
I don't know if I'd give it to him if all movies were considered, but of the nominees, I thought he was great.
Yeah.
The only other one I'd even say is really in contention would be like Donnie Yen from John Wick 4, and I don't think he's getting a nomination.
Yeah, it will not be appreciated in its own time, but
Yeah.
it's an insane performance. It's also doubly insane because he already played a blind warrior in Rogue One, and he manages to do it in a completely different way.
So anyway, Oppenheimer was my third movie this year about a war with Japan that we've talked about anyway. John Wick is iffy if it's a war with Japan, but there is definitely Americans fighting Japanese people in that movie.
It's true.
So I'm counting it. But yeah, Oppenheimer was super good. And And if you want to see a movie about the Japanese reaction to Oppenheimer's creation, there's a little movie called Gojira 1954 that unironically is an excellent companion piece.
Yeah, for real.
Unless you're doing it with Barbie, Barbenheimer was really funny. It
Yeah.
was a great time,
Yeah, that
and
wasn't good.
it's not. I didn't put it on the
Mhm.
list, but I think it would have been interesting if you really wanted a transition movie between Barbie and Oppenheimer. Is In Between. Asteroid City, I think, was out at the same time.
Yeah, it
Oh,
was out
yeah.
at the same time.
Did you see Asteroid City?
I did, and
No.
That sounds like a Sanger movie.
you know what? I'm a huge Wes Anderson fan, and I didn't particularly enjoy it, which was unfortunate.
Yeah, I didn't
Uh,
love it. I didn't love it either. But it was funny. But I was just thinking like the pastel colors, and then there's like the nuclear bombs, and I'm like,
Yeah.
this would be the perfect like transition movie between Barbie and Oppenheimer.
Yeah, and the little place, and it kind of feels like Los Alamos, the little village they're
Yeah.
in.
And it also between those three movies is the entirety of Hollywood. Like they're all three of them just have like 500 cast members.
Yeah, true. I was gonna say something about Asteroid City, but it's not even in discussion, so it's not important.
Sorry. I just wanted to point out that if you wanted a weird transition movie between the two less weird transition movies,
Yeah. Although I will say, Jeffrey Wright is quickly becoming one of my favorite actors right now, and he's amazing in Asteroid City.
he's pretty great. I thought he was a good Commissioner Gordon.
Me too. And I actually really liked that Batman movie. I don't know if we talked about that ever, but that's a great movie.
Yeah, we talked about it last year. It was
Yeah.
I think it was my number 5 last year. Perfect
Yeah.
spot for Jeffrey Wright. I did not see American Fiction, but I thought about it. I really
haven't
did.
either yet.
It seems like a movie I won't like, but it has Jeffrey Wright, so maybe.
Yeah. I've heard
Um,
it's really good. I've heard good things.
yeah, I've heard good things, but from sources that would like other movies that I would not like. So, yeah.
Are we
Anyway,
on?
yeah,
On to
Oppenheimer.
4?
Just what a movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, number 4.
Number 4. Another movie we already talked about, The Creator. Good, cool.
Great. Yeah, great movie.
It's pretty like shows that you can make a really like an amazing looking movie on it, like with talent, and then budgets are overblown and stuff.
My number 4. Also, I don't know if I said, but I haven't seen The Creator. I need to though.
You should. Yeah, it's really,
yeah, we talked about that. It's just
Yeah.
it's cool and interesting.
Yeah. Although I famously am not the biggest Rogue One fan, so I'll I'll give him another shot.
You like Blade Runner though?
I do like Blade Runner.
Yeah, it's.
Um,
I mean, I haven't
you
seen-
liked Blade Runner 2, which means you have low standards for sci-fi. You'll love you'll love The Creator.
Sorry.
Every year I have to roast Blade Runner to 2049 because it makes people mad, and they deserve it. 'Cause Blade Runner 2049 sucks.
I like it. There's also
That's Ryan Gosling.
It
Yeah,
does
he's
have
literally
literally me.
I saw another sci-fi movie that I love that other people seem to hate is Annihilation. If y'all haven't seen that, you should check it out.
Is that the Natalie Portman one where they're in like a portal or in a bubble?
Yeah, they're in this big like
Didn't see
shimmering
it.
bubble. That one I like a lot of movies that are in a genre that is basically just like, have you ever imagined this? Wouldn't that be interesting?
I might watch it because it's sci-fi.
Yeah, I really like it. Anyway, Annihilation from 2020 or whatever is not my number 4. It is
Not.
What's your number 4?
my number 4 is Theater Camp, which I was highly anticipating because it looked really, really funny. And you know what? It is really, really funny.
Is
And
that the weird one that's like all the kids, but the movie's like rated R?
Yeah. So the the trailer makes it look like the kids are gonna be like more the main characters, but it's actually much more about the counselors at the camp. They're all the main characters. And it's a it's a hilarious comedy about this, theater camp that happens in the summer. And if you've ever been in a school play or
Oh,
anything like that,
you know it.
oh yeah. So it's like for theater kids, it's so close to home. Um, Even if you're not like because I wasn't like oh I'm gonna be an actor or anything like that, but
You're no Marisa
um,
Gonzalez.
yeah. But
Apparently, she's doing work. She's getting like trying to
yeah,
get
she
TV
still lives in
jobs
New
now.
York. Good for her.
Yeah, yeah. Anyway,
Um,
sorry, keep going.
but yeah, it's a cool 93 minutes. Nice short comedy.
Oh,
And
it's not 3.5 hours long like every other installment on this list.
no, for real.
I think
But it's
every
like
movie I have on my list except for Mario is at least 140 minutes long.
we've forgotten how to make a good short movie. Unfortunately, even though I love a lot of the long ones, not everything needs to be so long.
Yeah.
Um,
It was a weird year where somehow the Transformer movie was probably the shortest thing I watched. It was only 2 hours and 7 minutes or whatever, which somehow made it I'm remembering the days when Transformers were the 3 hour movies and everything else was a crisp 2 hours, and now it feels like the opposite.
yeah, now it seems like the only genre that is allowed to be under 2 hours is comedy, and then we don't even get that many comedies anymore.
Yeah.
At least not
Like,
in
even
theaters.
like maybe Barbie was like right at that 2 hour mark if I recall.
Yeah, that feels like a 100 minute one right there.
Yeah. Yeah. It's pretty long though. I feel like Barbie probably could have trimmed 20 minutes, but I'm not
Yeah.
Greta Gerwig. I'm not going to tell her how to make it. Anyway, sorry. But yeah, theater camp. Chris, 90
Theater
minutes. That
camp.
sounds pleasant.
It's hilarious. I think it's on Hulu. It's also like it's very sweet too. Like it's like one of those classic stories where it's like the theater camp is going to be shut down, and they have to
like
save
Breakin'
it.
2, Electric Boogaloo.
Yeah, and it's actually a very sweet movie. And the the writer director is all her name, Molly Gordon. She also is in it. She's also in she's been in a bunch of stuff lately. She's in Booksmart and Good Boys. So she's like up and coming comedy actress.
Oh,
And
is she the one from Community?
maybe I've never seen Community.
Is she
Nice. But it's also
like, never mind.
Here, let me see. I'll look her up.
She's is she like heavier set? She a larger woman?
No, not really.
Okay, she's not the one from Community. I was noticing the girl from Community who's very funny. I noticed she keeps being in a lot of things, and I know she was in Booksmart, so I'm like, oh, glad she's doing more stuff.
Oh, you're thinking of Beanie Feldstein, I think.
All right, time for me to do it. How do you spell that?
Beanie, like the hat.
Oh,
and
okay.
then Feldstein, Feldstein.
I was thinking of Beanie Feldstein.
Yeah, she's great too.
She's funny.
She's gonna be apparently in Richard Linklater's movie that's taking like 25 years to film. So that'll be fun.
Good.
But yeah, theater camp's hilarious. It's very sweet. It's also because it's like, I think like a very personal movie to the creators. There's like stuff in it where the characters that they're playing show like home video footage, and it's like the director's actual home video footage from when she was like a little kid. And so there's just a lot of really like there's a lot of heart in it, and it's all about like turning cardboard into gold, like making something for little. It's also very, very funny, and that's the main guy in it. He's also been in a lot of stuff. He was in The Machine, the Bert Kreischer movie, and he's been in some other stuff recently. Jimmy Tatro is his name, or Tatro. He was in 22 Jump Street, Grown Ups 2, Stuber. But anyway,
oh,
it's cool.
Stuber! I still haven't seen it. I want to. I like Kamal Nagiani.
Also, the second appearance of Ireland's favorite daughter, Io Edebiri, on my list, who I think is, about to be the, if she's not already, like the most cast woman in Hollywood.
Yeah.
Anyway, theater camp. Check it out.
Yeah, theater camp. Okay. I think that leaves. Is it my number 4 now? My number 4 is appropriately John Wick Chapter 4.
Yay.
As we've discussed, just what an achievement!
Incredible.
Absolutely, just perfect movie.
Would you say
Um,
it's a perfect 5-star film?
that's tough. I gave it an A and not an A plus. Although
Yeah,
I
same.
will say, and I think if I go back enough through the Discord, I can probably find the quote again where I said, because it was like one of the first movies that came out last year that I actually saw, and
Mhm.
I'm like, it's too early to say this is my favorite movie of the year. But if there are other movies that are better than this, what a year it will be.
And
And
look
so
at
that it's
it's
not, so that it's number 4. Just man, 2023 was kind of magical,
kind
kind
of
of lightning in
goated.
a bottle.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will
Um,
say this year nothing was as like clearly my favorite as RRR was. Like I feel like I became a fanatic over that movie, but there was like so many good movies. Like looking back and making this list, I was like, man, so many like near 5-star movies for me.
yeah, for most of the year, I was having a hard time picking a favorite, and then like Puss in Boots last year, once came in and just kind of swept it for me. But
Yeah.
we'll get there.
Oh, I think I know what it is.
We'll
I
get
think I
there.
called it 4 hours
Yeah,
ago.
I think you did. But yeah, no, John Wick 4, just what a picture.
Yeah, for real.
What a
This is
movie.
cinema.
And apparently
Um,
they're oh wait, Ricky, you might not know this, but very exciting news. Um
Ballerina's coming out in June.
that but also at the Q&A that I mentioned earlier, I learned that the director's next movie is a Highlander movie.
I did hear that. And Henry Cavill's gonna be Connor McLeod.
This is so exciting. And he
And I
said
told my dad about this, and he was like, "Not that John Wick guy." And I'm like, "You don't know what you're talking about, Dad.
yeah, I'm like
You like Warcraft. You're not entitled to opinions anymore."
I know, I can't wait to see what he
Yeah.
does with that.
Hell magic.
I did not watch the Continental TV show though. I'm almost worried too because I kind of like the magic of the John Wick movies and their like self-contained universe.
Me too. I haven't seen it either.
I probably I don't I'll probably see I don't know if I'm going to see Ballerina because it's not I can never remember his name. The director.
Chad Stahelski.
Yeah. I keep wanting to say David Leitch,
Letterman.
but he's the one who he was because the original movie was like the two
Yeah.
guys, and then one stayed on the farm and made John Wick, and the other one went off and made a series of very good blockbuster movies,
Yeah, they're
such as
kind of a dream team.
yeah, because he went and did like Deadpool 2, Hobbs and Shaw, and Bullet Train, which is like
Ooh.
And
pretty.
Atomic Blonde, I think.
Those are all really good.
I was naming the good ones.
Well,
I
he
love
did. There's 2 cool scenes in that movie.
There's one cool scene and there's one hot scene. Get it? But
uh,
with Sophia Boutella of Rebel Moon fame.
oh man, I haven't
Oh.
seen Rebel Moon because I heard it was so bad, but I was really excited. Not really, but I was excited for it because I was like, wow, like a big budget sci-fi thing that's an original idea. This is so exciting. And then I heard it was miserable.
As a pseudo Zack Snyder fan, the Justice League movie really sold me on him. What a colossal disappointment. We'll get there though. All right, so let's go to number 3s.
Number 3. All right. Spider Bullet goes across the spider hole.
Bingo! That was my number 3 also.
Yeah.
That was my number 3 also. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We got bingo.
Yay, bingo.
Jacob,
So,
did you
Jacob,
have
was that-
Spider-Man on your list?
So unfortunately, it did not make the list.
Because it's half a movie.
That and I just like I don't know. I'll let you guys talk about it
Okay.
first because I didn't dislike it. Like I still gave it a really high score, but for some reason it just didn't quite resonate with me.
I liked it a lot. It was like epic.
I'm gonna say it again. What an achievement in filmmaking.
Yeah.
We have never gotten like animation of that caliber ever.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was
Like
like
the first movie was insane, like with all the 5
Yeah.
different art styles or whatever.
Yeah.
And
I
the
mean,
new one is like, what if we had like 12
Yeah, like,
Yeah.
hold my beer.
s-
Hold my spider beer.
simultaneously? What if we
It's
spent
like
4 years designing Spider-Punk?
Yeah.
Like,
it's like because he's like insane because he's like switching colors and textures every like 3 seconds, and when he moves and when he like changes how he feels and thinks, and it's like
Yeah.
that's crazy looking. There's the vulture who's like made of like Renaissance sketch art.
That was awesome. I
That guy
really
looks
liked that.
crazy.
Yeah.
It's like so, and there's like they go through like all a bunch of different universes, and
oh,
there's like
the Spider-Gwen universe where like
Yeah.
the entire it's like all pastels and then like it
Yeah.
changes with her emotions.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I really like
that's
that.
like
And then the scenes just hit hard because
yeah,
some of the best writing ever.
yeah. That's like
I'm not talking
very
about family
emotional.
dramas that make you almost cry.
The movie's just it's so good, and it's like they deliver it. I mean, I still like the first one more. I think.
Mhm.
Well, I think because so far I gave because the first one's like a 10 out of 10 for me. This one's like a 9 out of 10. If it might change to a 10 out of 10 after like the second part comes out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's half a masterpiece, but
And I'm not even
Parts-
like complaining that it's a 2-part movie because I loved it so much.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I can't wait for the next one.
no, to go off that though, it is half a masterpiece, but I can't say it's my favorite yet because part 3 has to deliver. Like
Yeah.
I don't know. Simultaneously, I have never had more confidence in a movie, nor has there ever been higher pressure on something
Yeah.
to just because part 3, I feel like it could be the greatest
Yeah.
movie of all time, but it almost has to be
Yeah.
to like to because part 2 is so good,
Yeah. I mean,
and the
I
first
think
movie is one of the best movies ever made. So
I have
Yeah.
faith. I think they did so good on these first two. The third one will
Oh.
also be good.
yeah, I
I
have
think they can
faith
pull it off.
also. I think they can pull it off, but like, man, what a bar! Like
Yeah.
that's now I'm a little sad that it's also the only time I will ever be okay with the movie getting delayed like 3 years. 'Cause
Yeah.
my god, like
Yeah,
Yeah,
take your time.
it's-
Take your time.
yeah,
it's just like the best like animation wise looks
Yeah.
better than everything that's been out in like forever.
it's
It's like
just
that's the last one basically.
it also has that Oppenheimer thing where like I was super invested, edge of my seat for the movie, but
Yeah.
also at the same time I didn't even notice that it was because it has the record for the longest animated movie, at least American
Yeah,
animated movie ever. It's 2.5 hours long.
it's pretty long.
Um,
Yeah.
and like I didn't even notice like it ends, and I'm like I was ready to just
Yeah.
watch the next 3 hours.
Yeah, it's like I noticed it was long, but I didn't have like a problem with that because I was like enjoying it. I'm like I'm glad it's still going because this is
Yeah.
like, and it's like kind of like separated. So I think it's like works. It's fine as long because like there's the Gwen part and there's like the Miles part and there's like all the spiders together stuff.
But also like the last 45 minutes of that movie is like one giant action scene, but
Yeah,
it just keeps
and
going.
that
There's no place, there's no
Yeah.
part you can pee at.
yeah that part's like I just like they're going up on the train. That part's like that's like my favorite part. I think.
Yeah.
Um,
And they have Venom, and so it's the Venom
yeah,
version
it had
stuff.
Mrs. Chen.
As
So
Mrs. Chad from the Morbius verse, 10 out of 10.
Oh yeah, I
Oh.
forgot about that live action part.
Yeah,
and the Lego part. It had the Lego
Yeah.
part.
it had Lego.
That
Yeah.
was
And
one of my
then-
favorite moments when he goes, he's like, thanks Peter, you're one of our best.
Dude,
the
I love
Lego
the
guy.
meme of Lego Peter Parker and Spider-Man 99 making it.
And then like the end when Spider-Man, because the whole movie I was like, where's Spider-Man Noir? Where is he? And he
Yeah.
showed up right at the
Yeah.
end, and
Yeah.
I like screamed like a child. I was so excited. And then it ended. I'm like, no, my boy.
Yeah, that's like, 'cause that's like, that ending's so, it's so hype.
Yeah. So
um,
whenever that movie comes out, it's gonna be my most anticipated of whatever year. I'm not allowed to die until that movie comes out. It is almost single-handedly keeping me alive at this point. That and Godzilla X Kong.
Oh
Um,
yeah. Is
but
that how we're saying it, or is it Godzilla Kong? I don't know what the title of that is.
there's an X in the title. It's Godzilla times Kong.
I'm strong.
It's Godzilla Kiss Kong.
Godzilla X Reader, Part 17. No,
Godzilla Your Name. So
but, yeah.
to be the voice of the dissenting
Dissenting.
opinion, I really liked it. I think it's a great movie. But I even like, even though I'm not a like a big superhero guy to begin with, I really these movies have really made me like Spider-Man. Like, I mean, I grew up watching the like Raimi one, so I already liked Spider-Man, but
Yeah.
like I was like, man, if I had to, even just on like if I had to like pick a superpower, I'm like, it looks so much fun to fly around and swing around like that. Anyway, I really like the first one, and I have such fond memories of it because it was such like an anticipated thing, and it was like freshman year of college, and
Yeah.
I went and saw it with all my friends.
Hey, Sam, we saw 2
Yeah.
weeks early.
Yeah, that was like awesome. We saw it 2 weeks early.
Oh, cool. I saw it, I think, opening day, which was like also like the first day of winter break for me. So it was like school was out. I was seeing Spider-Man, and I rewatched it right after seeing this one, and I was just like, man, this is like perfect, hero's journey. Which I don't care if it's basic for me to say that. I love a classic, narrative. It works on me every time if the characters are likable. And that was like one of the big, and like I said, I can't stress enough that I really enjoyed the second one. Like I watched the whole thing and I was never bored, and it's 2.5 hours. And I actually forgot the first time I saw it twice. The first time I saw it, I actually forgot that it was half a movie until the very end. I was like, man, we've been here a while, and this feels like we have a lot to tie up. And then I was like, oh wait, and then it said, part one or whatever. But I don't even fault it for that, because plenty of movies have done that. But
it absolutely justifies a 5-hour runtime.
Yeah, I think it's
well,
good.
see, I think I don't mind the length, but I do feel like when I think back on it, I'm like, I don't feel like I remember enough of it to constitute 2.5 hours. I'm like, we went to India, we went to Gwen's world. I'm like, we did a lot of stuff, but I think my biggest beef with it is that, to me, the characters in the first movie are so much more like dynamic and memorable to me. Like, I'm like, we've got the Spider-Man mech, we've got Spider Noir, we've got one who's a pig and is like a Looney Tunes character, and then in this one it was like they all essentially do the same Spider-Man stuff. They just have different voices and different costumes. Like, I feel like Spider-Man India and Spider-Punk aren't all that different from any other Spider-Man, besides that they like talk different and look different. But I'm like, I feel like the other Spider-Man had such concrete characters in the first one, where it's like the way Spider-Man Noir talks is so funny, and he's all black and white, and he's got the trench coat, and it's Nick Cage, and then like, one's a literal pig with a big cartoon hammer. So I just feel like they weren't as much of a standout for me, although Gwen is great, of course. I love all her stuff. And then my other big complaint, and then I'll stop because I know everyone else in the world loves this movie, is and I honestly
isn't it the highest rated movie on Letterboxd right now? Like,
I think so. It's up there, yeah. But I got into a big fight, not like an actual fight, but I got into a big debate.
You punched a man to death over this movie.
I got into a big debate with my friends, actually, about Killers of the Flower Moon versus Spider-Man. For some reason, was the debate we were having. And I don't even love Killers of the Flower Moon. I mean, neither is on my list. But I think the reason that happened is because, unfortunately, the guy that was helping me in the argument, who was on my side, really loved Killers, so he kept bringing it up, and then I was like by default on that side. But anyway, one of my really good friends, it's like his movie of the year. It's like it became one of his like top 10, top 5 movies of all time. Like, he really, really loves it, and so he was being and he saw it a million times, and he kept telling me like it's perfect, like it's it's this like incredible story. And for me, I think part of the reason that it didn't feel like it hit as hard as the first one is because to me it feels like essentially the same arc as the first one. And I know people have told me I'm wrong about this over and over, but I can't help that it's the way I feel.
Oh, it's okay when I do it too. What the hell's
The
wrong
first
with you, Jacob? No, I'm just kidding.
The first they're like, you're not ready to be Spider-Man. You're Spider-Man by accident. We have to go save the day, and we're gonna leave you in your dorm. And he's like, no, I am Spider-Man. I'm awesome. And then they go in the second movie. They go, you are Spider-Man, but you're not good enough Spider-Man to be part of the secret Spider-Man. And he goes, no, I am Spider-Man. And I'm like, we basically did the same thing twice, where he's just like, I actually am Spider-Man. And I always give my friends a hard time because I feel like the moment where he goes, I'm gonna do my own thing is like happens almost exactly like that in the first movie. I mean, obviously, I don't think it's actually the same moment, but to me, I was just like, wait, but didn't we already do this? That he's like, and people have explained to me a million times about that it's first he had to learn to be Spider-Man, then he had to learn that to be Spider-Man in his own way, not like Oscar Isaac wants him to be or whatever. But I don't know.
Spider-Man always does both. That's the thing.
Yeah. But that's just how I feel. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
That's all right.
I mean, it's kind of
It's all right. Sentenced to death, but duly noted.
Yeah.
I'm like Joan of Arc. I'll burn at the stake for what I believe.
I can see that.
And you're
like,
and you're dying on the hill of it's merely pretty good.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is I always have to emphasize that I really do think it's good. It's just I feel like I was missing something when everyone was like, "Oh, it's even better than the first one."
I don't think it's better than the first one, but I do like it a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have I have it as a mere A. I did not give it the coveted A plus.
Yeah. I also will say,
like I said, it depends on if part 2 delivers.
Yeah, I will say I'm excited to see them like back to back because I'll inevitably watch this part 2 before I go see part 3, or maybe they'll even release them in theaters again.
I'm hoping they'll do when it comes out. They'll do a marathon of all 3.
Yeah, that'd be
IMAX.
awesome.
That would be
or
awesome.
like at least the 2 and 3.
Yeah.
Because I know when Guardians came out, they did an IMAX trilogy marathon that I wanted to go to, but then I'm like, that's 8 hours.
There's a lot of hours.
That's a lot of Guardians.
Also, this has nothing to do with the movie, but the second time I saw it, I was sat next to these 2 kids who I think were on a date. They were probably like 14. And they just would not shut up the whole time. And so and I don't know, if it's...
POV, you're at the mud show and you won't stop talking.
I don't know if COVID made people forget how to act, or if it's because California is a godless land, or what.
Or that they're kids. Kids do be awful.
Yeah, and I eventually had to be like the Karen, grumpy old guy because I was just like, hey, can y'all stop talking? And then they looked at me like I was crazy. And I was like, y'all are right next to me, fully having a conversation. And I'm not even getting on to you about how you keep checking your phone. I'm just telling you to stop talking.
Yeah.
But anyway, that has nothing to do with the movie, but I just thought I'd share that anecdote about how I've become a Ebenezer Scrooge.
No, that's fair.
That's fair. I had a good experience with that one though, because I saw it opening night in IMAX, it was an IMAX worthy movie, and I was sitting next to like kids in the theater, but like I don't know, it makes me happy when like younger people are super invested in movies.
Yeah,
and so
like Minion Kid.
Yeah, like Minion Kid, but like even
I love
he
Minion
wasn't.
Kid.
This kid was like maybe like 10 or 12, not like a little kid,
Mm-hmm.
but like he was like super excited when all the Spider, and it's like that makes me happy. I'm glad.
Yeah.
I'm glad that the magic of cinema is passing on to the youth.
Hear, hear.
Even if the magic of cinema is me saying 10 blockbuster movies and literally no art. This was the year I finally saw a Wes Anderson movie in the theater, and I decided it was less good than Oh, I put it right below Meg 2 The Trench. So, but above Aquaman 2. So there's where we're standing.
Number 3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I thought about seeing Aquaman 2 just because
Aquaman.
I didn't particularly like the first movie, but I thought I appreciated how buck wild insane they went. And so I was like, you know what? I'm willing to see more giant crabman armies. But then I heard it was really, really terrible, so I didn't bother.
It's definitely less insane than the first one, and that is
Wow.
absolutely to its detriment.
Damn.
Damn.
Anyway, what's your number 3,
Is
Jacob?
it
So-
Aquaman 2?
Yeah. But my number 3, I'm sure, is one we will talk about a lot or more later, which is, of course, Godzilla -1.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so
Um,
I'm
Which-
not gonna talk to. I'm gonna hold my tongue for a little while.
Yeah,
Oh.
we can come back to it because I'm sure we'll all have similar stuff to say.
Yeah.
I didn't see this one until pretty recently, actually. So I actually made my top 23 list at the end of 2023, and then I even made a note where I said I haven't seen Godzilla yet, so this is subject to change. And then it jumped all the way to the 3 spot, unseating some other stuff, and it's incredible. But we'll get to it.
Yeah.
All right, so I already said my number 3,
Yeah.
which was Spider-Verse. I guess we can
Okay.
go to number 2s.
Yeah. All right. So my number.
I'm actually kind of curious. Do we all have the same number 2, Jacob? Or
I don't
sorry,
know.
yeah, Matthew. What's your number 2?
My number 2 is Guardians of the Galaxy 3.
Okay, bingo. I got
Okay,
that one.
bingo.
That's number 2. Jacob,
Yeah.
did that make your list or no?
It didn't. I did actually quite enjoy it, but it didn't
Yeah, I'm
make the
surprised.
list.
You're a big Guardians guy.
Yeah, and I don't know why. I feel like because when I watched it twice, and both times I really liked it, but it hasn't really like stuck in my mind. Like I kind of keep forgetting that it came out. I really love the first one. I think is like the thing. It will never the 2 and 3 will never be as good as number 1 to me. But I do really like it, and I think it's maybe the greatest Chris Pratt performance we've ever seen.
Yeah.
Other than Garfield.
Yeah.
Yes,
And,
I will be seeing the Garfield movie.
Yeah.
I really appreciate about it that and I don't mean to take over the conversation, it's not even on my list, but I really appreciate that James Gunn is, because the biggest complaint about Marvel is that it's samey, like everything's the same.
Oh, and
I really appreciate
but-
that he goes like absolutely sicko mode and does whatever
yeah.
he wants with a huge
Does
budget.
The good stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
so,
that movie's wild at the end.
Considering this was the year that superhero movies died, we really did have 2 masterpieces and The Flash.
Yeah, but okay. So I love Guardians of the Galaxy. I've been waiting for this movie since 2 came out, and I'm like, I love 2 like a lot. Like that was my favorite Marvel movie for years, and I think now I like 3 even more. I think I like these movies, like each one gets better for me.
Mhm.
And I loved this movie. It just hits like everything about it. Like they're always really funny. They're really like I love the characters. I love that they're like this like family friend group that like
Yeah.
I just love how they interact and they care about each other, but they're also like I just love these movies. And it's it looks great. It's really funny. I always, of course, like the music, the way they use music in these movies is great.
Yeah.
There's that part where they go to the space station that's made of like flesh. That was
Yeah.
like awesome. Like
I
I've,
have
like-
never seen something like
Yeah.
that in a movie. That was like grotesque sci-fi, and I
Yeah.
loved it so much.
like I've
Yeah.
seen proposed futurism ideas of like in like X amount of years we could have computers made of like biocomputers made of like flesh to work like a human brain does, but like I've never seen like just that like the whole space station's like an organism and there's like information stored in like meat that you scoop out with an ice cream scoop, and that's like a flash drive, and there's just like pus that flows everywhere. It's like,
Yeah.
and there's like the guys who are like the security soldiers. They look like big fat, I don't know, like tumor dust mites, but they're
Yeah.
like really strong actually, and they're like an actual threat to the characters. That was like interesting, and it's like the movie's just, and then like there's all stuff with Rocket, and like I love.
Yeah, that's on the list of things that's almost made me cry.
Yeah,
Oh,
that was like almost.
absolutely.
I love things like That's like I love stories where it's like there's like this group of friends and they find out like this one friend has like some like past trauma problem. Like, we're gonna go beat whoever did this to our friend to death. I love
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. I also appreciated that the movie had like actual stakes. Because most of these Marvel movies, like no one is like, oh, are they gonna be able to stop Thanos? Who
Yeah.
knows? But like this one, I like legitimately thought Rocket was gonna die.
Yeah, I thought
Like, the whole
some
movie, I was
yeah.
like, I was
Yeah.
sweating.
I was on
Yeah.
edge.
Like several of those characters probably could have died in this movie, but like it's like, and I don't even like, because that's all the thing. Like a lot of Marvel movies is like, oh, this is lame. No one like dies or whatever. But like this is like, it's not lame that none of them die, and I like that they all get to have happy endings now.
I think
Mhm.
there were one too many fake out deaths though.
Yeah,
It
I think
would've
the last one with Star Lord
with-
was like, that's too much. That
Yeah.
one.
I
He
already
really
wasn't
bad.
I already wasn't huge on the Drax one where he just gets shot in the back, but then he's fine.
Yeah.
'Cause I thought that was the one. I'm like, oh my god, they killed Drax.
Yeah, I was like,
Insane.
everything's gonna go
Um,
bad now. Like they're just gonna like kind of get picked. I was like, are they gonna get picked off on this like journey?
Oh, I can't even. I'm not even gonna try to pronounce his name, but the guy who played the villain.
Yeah,
Oh my
the-
god!
Oh, yeah.
What?
Evolutionary.
Amazing.
Yeah,
he has
from
a great
Peacemaker.
performance. Yeah, great performance.
Yeah, James Gunn said he's the best actor he's ever worked with, and honestly,
Yeah,
just what a force of nature. That's
Yeah.
another one. He'd be a contender for best supporting actor
yeah.
if the Oscars actually looked at anything that wasn't black and white. Um, or from Japan taking all our
Like, took
cinema.
our jobs.
taking all our cinema.
Yeah.
As I
Um,
say, as
And
if
then
we're
we were
not
saying
approaching.
before, like one of Chris Pratt's best roles. Like I just love how like mad he is in this movie. That this guy's like doing these things to his this guy's doing these things to his friend. He's like, I'm gonna kill you, and then he like pushes that guy out the window, and then they fall, like rides him into the earth.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
which
good.
is very much like the D&D scene where they
Yeah,
where
yeah,
they kidnap Jonathan,
yeah,
drop him out of the tower. Sorry, there were two really good movies this year where someone named Chris took a winged man and crashed him into the earth.
And then there's like where Rocket's like dying, but he has to like go back to his friend because he's still new. Like that part.
Oh,
makes
and
you,
he
cry.
hugs Lila, and
Yeah.
then my
Oh
mom
my
cried,
gosh.
and my sister cried, and my dad said, "Huh," and I had a little bit of. Although when I saw it with my parents, that was the second time I had seen it.
Yeah, there's
This
like
is-
that. There's
yeah.
a lot. Yeah, it's a lot of cryy parts.
This was
Yeah.
a
It's
And-
so good.
this was
Yeah.
a notorious Ricky saw it a week early in IMAX movie,
I love when they go to
Um,
yeah.
and it was magical.
I like they go to the weird like animal people suburban
Yeah.
planet. That's just
And they all
like
speak gibberish.
yeah, it's like freaking interesting. They have like they're playing Hatsune Miku music. Like
Mhm.
they dropped the first F-bomb in the MCU. That was great.
Yeah. Which I was not expecting it to be just like a throwaway line like that, like
Yeah.
a joke line. I thought my money was on. I told my friends this. I thought he was gonna say it was gonna be a big epic moment, and he was gonna say, "We're the guardians of the effing galaxy."
Yeah.
Yeah, like in
I liked-
because they say freaking in the original
Yeah.
or in the second one.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just also what excellent performance. Like Karen Gillan has been very quietly been giving like the best performance in like all these MCU movies as Nebula.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Like
I
no
love
one
Nebula.
everyone talks about Robert Downey Jr., but like Karen Gillan
Yeah.
as Nebula is like
It's like
I can't imagine anyone playing that character better.
yeah, it's
Uh-huh.
like crazy how she just like keeps being a bigger and like better character, and I love Nebula.
Yeah,
I
she's
I
awesome.
she's so cool.
Yeah.
And
I
Um,
also
just love Karen Gillan though. Maybe I'm
Yeah.
biased
Yeah,
because
that's fair.
she's the hot lady from Jumanji, and you know how I feel
Yeah.
about the hot lady from Jumanji.
Yeah. Something else I was surprised was we were talking about like Adam Warlock. I think he looked like he was just be like lame and annoying from the movie, from like the trailers. But like I actually like him in this movie a
He's
lot.
pretty funny. I liked him.
Yeah. Like he ends up being funny and also like empathetic, and he just becomes like a buddy. by
yeah,
the
he
end.
was a very
I like him and
compelling
his
character
little
to me.
dog.
Yeah, it's a weird little dog. He becomes part of the friend group
Yeah.
at the end of the
I'd say
last Guardians, New
think
Guardians.
I think my only flaw with the movie, because I have to explain why I didn't give it an A plus, because it mostly deserved it. But I've become tired of the cliche where where the heroes will kill just countless guards and goons and stuff, but then they're
Mhm.
like, we don't kill the villain.
Yeah,
We're
Yeah.
good guys. I'm like, oh come on, just shoot the
I
Yeah.
know.
bastard.
I felt the same
Yeah,
way.
yeah,
I
yeah.
feel like we've kind of moved away from like there's too much of that going on because I feel like one of the most satisfying moments in any movie to me is in The Princess Bride when wait, we've all seen it, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
We're not
So-
heathens.
Sorry, audience, I'm gonna spoil this movie from 40 years ago. But when he's been talking the whole time about the six-fingered man, and he finally gets to him, and he says, give me anything I ask for, and he says, all that I have and more, and he says, I want my father back. We're not swearing.
Word.
Son of a gun.
And then sticks him, and it's like, and the music swells, and I'm like, that's one of the greatest moments in any
Yeah.
movie, and I'm like, you're allowed to kill the terrible, awful, no good,
Yeah.
bad guy if it's gonna be an amazing moment.
Yeah.
A similarly excellent movie, Venom: Let There Be Carnage, which also a great use of the F word. Is when I like when they also do that, yeah, where they're like, where it's like, Eddie, all I ever wanted was to be your friend, and then they're just like, F this guy, and just eats his head off.
Yeah.
It's so satisfying because he's like this horrible monster,
Yeah.
and he's like,
killed, all these
remorse,
people.
no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or I guess Deadpool does the same thing. Yeah. See, I like the Deadpool Venom guys that are just like, oh, never kill. And they just shoot the bad guy in the head. Or
Yeah.
eat them,
Or he gets run over by the taxi guy.
Yeah.
In Deadpool.
Oh
2.
yeah.
Or
Don't
even that
feel good.
moment in Deadpool 2 where he realizes that the people at the school or whatever were like abusing Fire Fist, and just without thinking about it, just shoots one right in the head. It's
Yeah.
like, that's a friend right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I mean, I guess the High Evolutionary still dies because his spaceship explodes, but like, yeah, they
No,
should have all
the deleted scene confirms they captured him. He's in the prison on the Guardian planet.
Yeah, they should have
Yeah.
just like they killed all the other bad guys, and this guy's like, he's awful. He's like,
Yeah.
I've
he's-
seen
he's like-
supposedly they're maybe going to pivot to him instead of Kang.
I feel like that's.
Oh, that'd be cool.
I don't think that's
I
real.
think that's stupid. Yeah, I'm hoping that's wrong
'Cause I
though,
think
because
that's
I
like-
don't want to watch any more of these stupid Marvel
'Cause-
movies. I'm so done.
Because like okay, so something I was seeing online is like people will just take any black actor and will be like, he will be either Kang or Miles Morales, and they just say that with
Idris
no
Elba
proof.
for both.
Yeah,
Idris Elba for both. I'm always cheering for Idris Elba.
yeah. But back to what I was saying. Yeah, like they should all just have beaten that guy to death. Like he's tortured Rocket. He killed all his friends. He killed that entire planet of animal people. He's done countless other awful things.
Yeah.
Obviously, like just kill him, dude.
Yeah, that was my biggest complaint actually too, is that I wish they went harder on him.
Yeah.
Although it is very satisfying when Rocket is scratching his face off.
Like they killed Ronan, and he's not even a real character.
And they killed all the goons. Like
they kill in the Mario scene, they kill all his goons.
Yeah, where they play No Sleep Till Brooklyn, and then
The Mario
have
scene.
just the absolute insane one take hallway battle scene. Man, what a year for just insane action.
What a year
Yeah.
for Chris Pratt, New Sleep Till Brooklyn.
Yeah.
But yeah, they kill all his goons, and yeah.
I had to I try to stay out of Twitter fights because it's pointless. But I am an avid user of Twitter, and I will use its original name. but I saw people, people love to like complain about the Marvel movies, and sometimes there's good reason to.
Yeah.
But
Justifiably so. Have you seen Love and Thunder?
yes, and you know me, I'm a huge Taika Waititi fan, and I cannot defend that movie.
That was disappointing.
But people were complaining about that hallway fight scene with all the like abominations.
Yeah.
And saying like, "Oh, this is like lazy action," and they didn't even try. And I'm like, "Are you kidding me?" Like,
that was awesome.
Yeah, and they were trying, I felt like it was borderline offensive for them to say like that work didn't go into it. And I was like, they obviously actually choreographed this with the real people, and the camera is moving in time with everything, and they did a million CG effects over it. Like, I don't know, it made me mad.
Good CGI. I will point out. This is that even Marvel can prove that they can still make good CGI if they give the production people enough time to actually do it.
Exactly, yeah.
And it's just absolutely insane that the same studio in the same year released Quantumania, The Marvels, and Guardians of the Galaxy 3, and one of these is not like the other.
I know, yeah. Although I do love MODOK.
I'll admit I did not see Quantumania.
Yeah.
and I'm a big Ant-Man guy, but
I've kind of decided like this, like
Guardians was it for me.
Guardians, Deadpool, and Spider-Man. That's the only ones I'm watching now.
Well, Spider-Man's like separate. Spider-Man's like its own thing.
Yeah.
I guess Deadpool is technically going to be MCU, but that's really its own thing too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm really curious to see what they'll do with that, because I feel like
I'm nervous.
Disney Deadpool will be interesting.
I know it's rated R.
But yeah, because I think because it's rated R, it's controlled by the same people that did the other ones. I think, pretty sure.
But the director is the guy who did trying to remember his name. He did Free Guy, which I thought was a fine movie.
Yeah.
But they did like Adam Project. He doesn't seem like the right guy to do a Deadpool. Like that feels like a big downgrade from David Leitch, who did the second one. You go from the guy who did John Wick to the guy who did Free Guy.
I like Free Guy. It's Fortnite.
It's Fortnite, but it's not like a good action movie. It's not a good R-rated action blockbuster.
Yeah, but it's like funny and it's got heart. I think it's pretty good.
Good work.
I think it'll be good.
Yeah.
But yeah, Guardians 3 was really good.
Because like I love 2. Like I love 2 so much. I was like, 3 will probably be good, probably not as good as. I think it's even better.
Yeah. I still have 1 as my favorite of the 3. Just because it's the first one. I don't know.
Because I liked 1 a lot. I think 1 is funny. I think it doesn't hit me like emotionally as hard as 2 and 3. I think
1 is like in my top 10 favorite movies of all time.
Yeah,
like I love Guardians 1.
Me too. I like the other 2 more.
Guardians
personally.
2, I thought. Yeah, Guardians 2. Controversial opinion. I think it's much like Jacob Sanger's and Spider-Verse. I think, as a horrible person, I think it's merely pretty darn good.
I'm not hitting against the first one. Like the fact that is the worst one is like not even like bad worst one. It's just like because that movie's like excellent. It's just like it's like excellent and then it's excellent. +2 for the other 2. Yeah.
But yeah, that man, what a year. What a year. All right, what's your number 2, Jacob? What crazy silly movie did you see?
Who are we on now?
You 2.
For 2?
Yeah, Kenny and Ricky both had Guardians, I think, right?
Oh yeah.
We can, I figured that's why I figured we should just have Matthew and then you, because I was going to agree with Matthew probably on a lot of these.
This one is another controversial pick. No, I'm just kidding. But my number 2 is The Holdovers, which I saw. Paul Giamatti, and I think he's coming for that Oscar. Sorry, Cillian Murphy. You're
so wrong, though. You're so wrong.
I know it's gonna be Cillian Murphy, but I really want it to be.
Isn't it Cillian Murphy?
I think it's Cillian.
Cillian.
Oh well. We'll find out later.
I mean, see, that's a funny pun because he played Oppenheimer, and Oppenheimer's
Yeah.
directly responsible for the murder of millions. But
Yeah.
sorry, yeah.
But
Holdovers.
The Holdovers is awesome. It's like a lot of people, when I tell them that I loved it, say, "Isn't it just they say, "Isn't it just Dead Poet Society?" Which I think is really interesting because it's just because it's set at a New England boarding school, it's like very, very different. Like Dead Poet Society, I feel like is like this like wistful, like, like there's beauty and all this stuff, and like the Holdovers is, I mean, it's very touching, which is what made it like the number 2 movie for me. But it's also just like a very funny movie, like with a bunch of goofy stuff happening in it. Like so basically, if you don't know, it's called the Holdovers because it's about these kids who have to stay at their boarding school during Christmas because they have nowhere else to go. And Paul Giamatti is the teacher that they're all stuck with, and he's like one of the least liked teachers because he's super tough and he teaches boring. He teaches the classics, so he does like Greek and Latin and stuff, and everyone doesn't like him. And so it's just like it's very much like it's almost kind of a found family, like, a bunch of misfits trying to make it work kind of movie, because the only other person there is the lunch lady who her kid, this is not a spoiler, but her son went to the school and then got killed in Vietnam. It takes place in the 70s. And so it's like there's like a lot of like real genuine like dark emotional stuff going on under the surface, but it's also very funny. And it's just like it kind of came out of nowhere for me because I knew it was coming out, but I didn't really like the trailer. But I went to like an early screening where I was just like, okay, I'll see this. And
I did like the trailer. Will I like it if I liked the trailer?
Yes,
Because I thought the trailer was charming and funny and oversold me.
I liked the trailer. I just thought it was kind of weird. Like I was like, I can't tell what the vibe of this is. But I also saw it like before Halloween. That's how early I saw it.
Oh,
and
wow.
And I was trying desperately to get into the Halloween spirit, and then I saw this like really cozy, sweet Christmas movie, and I was like, okay, pack it up, like time for Christmas. And Giamatti's amazing. The kid in it is incredible, and it's his first movie. And they actually found him at the school where they were shooting. He was just like a theater kid at that school, and then he ended up being in the movie.
Oh, nice.
But yeah, it's incredible. It also is in the Made Jacob Cry list. Because I'm just such a sucker for like old grumpy man and young idiot kid. Because one of my favorite movies ever is and Hunt for the Wilder People is like one of my favorite movies of all time. And it's very much like that, where it's like, it's like, yeah, we've seen that dynamic before, but it's just so good. And it's like it's got the 70s vibes and great music, like a lot of like Cat Stevens, and it's really, really good. Highly recommend.
Yeah, I want to check that one out.
I might even watch it again tonight. I've been trying to get my roommate to watch it for months.
But what if I'm trying to get into the Halloween spirit?
Then maybe don't watch it.
I got super into the Halloween spirit this year. In October, I watched 31 horror movies for 31 days of October. I watched all of the Nightmare on Elm Street, all the Friday the 13th.
Wow, that's impressive.
Several of the Halloweens, I watched the original Halloween for the first time. Halloween 3, Season of the Witch, and the new trilogy, which is shockingly good. I retroactively add Halloween Ends as an honorary top 10 for last year.
There's been 3 of the new ones?
Yeah.
I thought there were only 2. Wow.
No, Halloween Kills, Halloween Ends.
How about that?
Halloween Ends gets to retroactively be on last year's list.
They say evil dies tonight?
That's Halloween Kills. It's the worst of the 3. It's the worst because it's like because they form their like own story. It's like they just ignore all the events of like the original sequels because they're stupid. The original sequels are stupid.
Yeah.
Because the scariest thing about Michael Myers is that he has no motivation. So he's like, he could be anywhere and do anything. But then in the sequels, they're like, oh, he's actually Jamie Lee Curtis's brother, which is kind of makes him not as scary. But then the new ones just go back and they're like, actually, no, he's a force of evil.
Yeah, and I like that.
And Halloween Ends was amazing. And Red Letter Media was right. That movie is a masterpiece.
Oh, I haven't listened to their thing yet. I know they didn't like Kills.
Yeah, they hated Kills. They didn't like the first one either very much, but they're like how. And I disagree with some of their points on Halloween Ends because there's parts they don't like that I still do. Because they're mad because the last 15 minutes turns back into a normal Halloween movie where Michael Myers fights people. Whereas most of the movies a slow burn thriller. But as someone who likes both of those things, Halloween Ends is the best 2022 movie Ricky saw in 2023, other than RRR. Maybe it wouldn't be in my top 10 because I've already knocked one down. Sorry, Massive Weight of Unbearable Talent or whatever that movie was called. the Nick Cage one. I really liked it, but I don't know if it's not as good as RRR. It might be not as good as Halloween Ends either. Sorry, I kind of took over your conversation. Sorry about that. You mentioned Halloween though, and I wanted to point out that I have now watched horror movies.
Yeah,
it is no longer a foreign genre to me.
Same. I have gotten very into horror, or I did get very into horror in college, but in a weird way where I am really into the idea of horror, and then usually when I watch horror movies, I go, yeah, okay. I think it's rare that I really like one.
I got really into it in the way that I get into everything, where if there's a goofy guy, I like him, which is why Freddy Krueger is my favorite. Because Freddy Krueger is like borderline Bugs Bunny as the series goes on, but like like he's just incredibly entertaining. And then the Friday the 13th movies aren't very good, but I like Jason, and I like Jason X, which is the best movie ever made.
That's the one I've seen that was funny.
Yeah, Jason X, you would like that one, Jacob, because Jason goes to space.
I've heard it's awesome. I've only seen the very first one, which I thought was so basic that it was just kind of boring.
Yeah, the first one is not my favorite. It doesn't even have Jason in it.
Yeah, it's his mama. Spoilers.
Yeah, he doesn't even get a hockey mask till part 3. Yeah, it's also the rare franchise that doesn't actually start being good until part 6. The only good Jason movies are 6 and 10, and Freddy vs. Jason's pretty.
I've heard 4 is good, but I don't know why. I haven't seen it.
4, everyone likes 4 because it's like the first kind of good one. But and it's the only good one where Jason's still a person and not a zombie. Because I guess spoiler alert for Friday the 13th Part 4. At the end of it, he dies. That's why it's called the final chapter.
Oh yeah,
but then
6 more.
Yeah, and then he gets resurrected in Part 6. But now he's like, and Part 6 is the only one that's like the big twist for that one is they decided to make a good movie. And it's actually incredible.
You know what? As a side note, what horror franchise I got really into is Scream. I think all the Scream movies are great.
I'm gonna watch those this upcoming October because it's Wes Craven who did the Nightmare movies, which are, with one exception, all excellent.
The Scream movies are great because they actually all follow the same story and build on each other, and so by the time you get to even the remakes, you're like, wow, like they played this character's leitmotif. This is so awesome.
Yeah. And then they fired Jenna Ortega or whatever happened.
I know the recent business is crazy.
Yeah.
Anyway, what are we on now?
1.
So, well, we got to do our honorable mentions.
Okay. Honorable mentions.
Also, for our number 1, just because I think we'll have the most, because I'm pretty sure me and Matthew have the same number 1. Yeah, I think we should do Jacob's number 1 first before ours.
Sounds good.
Because I have a feeling he'll probably say something that neither of us have seen, and that'd be a weird way to end the thing. But yes. But first, we can do some honorable mentions that we haven't already discussed. Champions, as I said, the basketball movie's pretty good.
Yeah. Blue Beetle Sweep.
Blue Beetle Sweep.
I did have Bug Jonesy, so that was best movie of the year.
Yeah, it had Bug Jonesy, and it had George Lopez, who's always a treat.
It had Red Beetle. Five Nights at Freddy's. That was a movie that happened.
Oh, I have that towards the bottom of my list. So not
It
quite
was
worst
okay.
of.
So
Not quite worst of though, because I saw Wish,
yeah,
so now
well,
it gets
I
knocked
don't
out of.
think it's that good of a movie, and I don't even like Five Nights at Freddy's. I actually despise them, and I think they're disgusting. I want them to die. But it is a meme, so I did think it was funny. I saw it with Wesley, so we both like pointed at the screen and screamed when Matt Pat showed up. And then we had to explain to Mackenzie who that even was, because I guess people don't even know what game theory is anymore.
I watched it. We watched it on Peacock on opening day for Game Club. We had a big old pizza party and watched it, and then it was very funny because I was the boomer who knew nothing. And I'm like, who's? And then I'm like, what's this cop lady? Like I was riffing with my friend Austin, who also doesn't care about these. I'm like, who's this cop lady? And then everyone in the room simultaneously stared at me and was like, "It's Vanessa, you idiot!" I'm like, "I'm sorry."
That would be me. I don't know anything about that.
I'm sorry. And they're like, "How could you not know Vanessa?" I'm like, "Is she the
um,
man behind the slaughter?" "No, that's Purple Guy, you moron." I'm sorry.
some honorable mentions. Um, for me, I'm looking at my list here of best of 2023 all across the board. Um, Merry Little Batman came out right at the end. I thought that was a lot of
Batman.
fun. It's
Isn't that
about
like
a little.
15 minutes long?
No, it's a full feature of a little. It's animated, and it's Batman's son has to be Bat. It's basically Home Alone in the Bat Mansion.
Oh, that
Um,
sounds charming.
it's very nice, and it's animated, and all the character designs are really cool. Luke Wilson is Batman.
Ooh, I do like Luke Wilson.
And there's a part that I don't want to. I don't. It's not a spoiler because it's a nothing joke, but it like really, really cracked me up. And it's not going to mean anything to anybody, but there's a part where baby Batman, is riding in the elevator down to the Batcave when stuff is getting real, and it's a Christmas movie. That's why it's called Merry Little Batman. So for some reason, the elevator music in the Bat elevator is "Oh Holy Night," and he starts singing along, and then it cuts away after like 2 seconds, and it really cracked me up. You'll have to see it.
Okay.
You just have to be there.
That's
Yeah.
funny. Like a fun movie.
I liked Ninja Turtles a lot,
Okay.
even though I'm not a Ninja Turtle fan. I thought
Uh,
Elemental was great.
I did not see that one. I didn't see either of those. Elemental, I thought
Elemental is
looked
surprisingly
terrible,
good.
and the Ninja Turtle, I thought maybe, but the voices were annoying. The trailers were annoying with the voices, and I
Oh
didn't.
yeah.
And some of the character designs were like gross, which I guess is fine because they're sewer mutants. But
Yeah, I really like the way it looks, but I can understand why some people wouldn't. But like a lot of weird character designs in it. Um,
yeah, maybe if they drop it on Pluto TV, I'll watch it.
there's a lot of these that I didn't realize came out in 2023 officially because I saw them in 2024. Um, but Perfect Days is a really good movie. It's like a slice of life Japanese movie. It's probably going to be nominated for Foreign Film Oscar. So if you're into slow Japanese movies about an old guy who cleans toilets, it's a really good one.
Could it be the fifth movie we talk about a war with Japan?
um, and then the last one I'll shout out is Origin, which is the new Ava DuVernay joint, who made Selma and
Famed
Wrinkle in Time.
director of Wrinkle in Time. Didn't she
Yeah.
do? She did one on the Marvel. Didn't she do Eternals or something?
No, that was who does that? That was Chloe something. She did,
Never mind.
yeah. But Origin is very good, but I will warn would-be watchers that it's it's brutal because it just talks about really depressing stuff for like 2.5 hours. And it's also like it's almost like a documentary, even though it's a fictional movie. No, it's not. sorry, it's a nonfiction story, but it's a movie. It's like a biopic basically, but it feels kind of like a documentary because they're just talking about a lot of stuff that happened in history. So that sounds boring, but it's actually really good. Just be prepared that you're gonna cry like I did, and the lady behind me who was actually sobbing in the theater.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I think those are all my shout. Oh, one more.
Right.
Sorry, a Mexican movie called Radical. That is very, very funny and very, very sweet, and it's just about this teacher in a very underfunded Mexican school who is
Oh, it's
trying
got the
to.
guy. It's got the guy.
Yeah,
I saw a
from
trailer for that.
Overboard
No, well, maybe.
and from
No,
Dora.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
um,
But he's also
yeah,
from. He's also from. No, you're right. You're right. The guy from Dora.
yeah, but it's a very, very sweet movie. Also in the Jacob Crying Club. Yeah, those are all of them. I think. Sorry, I just rattled them off, but there are a lot of good movies this year.
Yeah, I think we mentioned most of my
Yeah.
honorable mentions already, or were on other people's lists.
Yeah.
Shin Kamen Rider, I liked.
Banger.
Shin Ultraman, technically 2023 or 2022, but also very good. Said Fast X. We talked about Meg 2. Shazam! Fury of the Gods wasn't great, but not nearly as bad as everyone said. I thought it was fine. And Cocaine Bear, a little foreign film that made me cry. It had, in all seriousness, it had cocaine, it had bear, it had Alden Ehrenreich proving once again he's a great actor if he's not Han Solo. And
The park ranger was my favorite character. She was really funny.
she was pretty fun. I like the guy that makes all those videos as the other ambulance driver who just gets crushed to death. Also, some great kills when you slide along. When they're like sliding along the road and her face melts.
Oh yeah.
What a picture.
Um,
And then I already mentioned, Boy in the Harem, Boys in the Boat is my go-to joke. Yeah, I think I've mentioned my top 20 at one point or another. Because I just outright ranked everything I saw from number 1 to number 35.
oh wow.
Because I only did new movies, and I don't watch a ton of things that aren't in the theater, unless it's Rebel Moon or On an Airplane.
I think I watched like over 400 movies last year.
Oh, I watched a ton of movies, but they weren't all from last year.
Oh yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just thought you meant you only watch stuff in the theater.
No, I didn't watch 400. I probably watched around 200 movies last year.
I have no idea.
But like a lot of those are like old, like it's not, or just stuff I rewatch movies a lot.
Yeah, same.
So yeah, but like I watched all those horror movies, and I watched and then I watched a bunch of. I always was watching Mission Impossible, and I'm sure I marathon Star Wars at one point because how could I not? And then yeah, there were some bangers.
For real.
Did I see? I saw a movie called. I guess I didn't watch it last year, but a few nights ago, Jake, I'm sure you've seen L.A. Confidential, right?
I love that movie.
I'd never even heard of it, and I watched it, and it was freaking awesome.
It's so good.
It's so good, and I'm like, this is a Jacob movie if I've ever seen one.
Yeah. I actually already loved that movie because I just came across it on streaming one time, and I
it's on
think
Netflix.
I think that was either late high school or early college that I saw it. I think college. But then I actually took a noir course in college, and it was one of the last movies we watched as like a end of the era neo noir. So that movie is so good. It's taught in college courses.
Yeah. And then I sadly learned it got nominated for like 10 Academy Awards and lost everything to Titanic.
Dang.
So that's a shame.
Yeah.
That is way better than Titanic.
Also interesting that it's the it's the first of two LA set neo noirs starring Russell Crowe that have Christmas scenes. The other one being Nice Guys.
Oh, hey, that one has literally me in it. I didn't see it though.
It's really good. That's another one of my all-time favorites.
Yeah, that was summer 2016 where I didn't see a lot of movies because my options were The Nice Guys, X-Men Apocalypse. I specifically remember my options were Nice Guys, X-Men Apocalypse, or Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Out of the Shadows. And I chose Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Out of the Shadows. I stand by that decision. All right. Should we talk some number one?
Yeah.
Jacob, what was your number one? What crazy thing did you watch this year?
My number one, this will be my most shocking pick yet. My number one was Dungeons and Dragons Honor Among Thieves.
What? Jacob, that movie has
what the
fun in it. What the?
That's surprising.
That's why I was
I'm
like,
shooketh.
That's why I was like, I'm gonna talk about this later because I love that movie so much, and in hindsight, I feel like I know that it's like it's not, you know, I don't know. I have beef when people are like
I'm
shocked. That movie's not even in French or anything.
Yeah, because all your things are like art things I've never heard of, and then you're like the Dungeons and Dragons movie. Top.
And I'll tell you why. But a lot of people will be like, "Oh, you need to differentiate between what's objectively the best and what's your favorite because they're not the same thing."
This was a favorites list. This was a favorites list. So
I know, but I also don't really agree with that because I'm like, why would I be like, this is my top movies of 2023 and I'm going to put something that I didn't really enjoy over other stuff because it's objectively better, whatever that means. That's like, it's all subjective, you know, who cares, whatever. Anyway, I'm going to get off my soapbox, but that movie I went to see because like I had heard through the grapevine like that it was actually really good, and I totally thought, you know, because most of the times when lately when Hollywood makes a like big budget action movie off of a known property, it's just like kind of nothing, like, you know, and so I was like, okay, I know what this is going to be. It's going to be like really boring fantasy stuff with maybe some cool action sequences. But as previously stated, I'm a huge fantasy nerd. And
what lies.
And so that's what was so exciting to me about it, was that it was like the first like actual like fantasy movie we've gotten in a long time that like was actually good. Like I feel like it's the best fantasy movie since Stardust, I will say. Like which came out in 2007 for those of you playing along at home. And
sorry, I'm thinking if I can disprove you.
But and the reason I think it's so good is because it has like we were talking about, like all the fantasies like trappings that I like, you know, swords and magic and cool armor and all this stuff, but it does everything in such a fresh way. Like I feel like a couple scenes that I thought were just brilliant were like the heist stuff with like the portal. Like I thought that was so cool, the way they were putting the portal on the wagon and doing all this stuff.
The staff of hither tither, mind you.
Yes, that was amazing. And I'm with you guys. I feel like D&D can be. I've played it and I've enjoyed it, but I also feel like D&D people can be really annoying.
Yeah.
And I don't know anything about the D&D lore, so I didn't go into it for that reason. But I was just like, man, this is so much fun, and the action was really cool. I loved the fight scene in the alleyway with all the knights and the brick, and I loved too that it managed to feel like Dungeons and Dragons without being obnoxious and without making jokes like, oh, like, you know, nat 20 or whatever. Because like that kind of stuff, like in the alleyway where she pulls the brick out of the ground and smashes the guy's foot, feels like D&D, where you're like, you ask the DM like, okay, can I pull a brick out to use as a weapon? And he's like, okay, roll strength, I guess. Like, so all of that felt real. And I also just I thought all the characters were super charming. Even the like generic dead wife backstory really worked for me. Like at the end when he had to use the the resurrection stone, and he used it on her instead because he realized that that was more important. Like that really, it was very very sweet to me, and it was funny, and the action was awesome. And I also even did fantasy exposition in a genius way, which was like when they were bringing the corpses back to life and asking them questions,
Yeah.
and then it was cutting to that big battle sequence. I was so in love with this movie. I was like, wow, they did it all, and they proved you can still do fantasy. And also, I just love any movie that has action, comedy, and heart. Like that's like the perfect blend for me.
Yeah.
So I do own the Steelbook 4K. And
I watched
just
it
love
on
that movie.
Amazon Prime, but
Yeah.
I practically own it.
And like I said, in hindsight, I know that it's to most people probably a 7 out of 10 Hollywood action movie, but I don't know. It just really struck a chord for me.
I gave it an A-, which is
Yeah.
like an 8.5 or something. I don't know how my
I
scale
gave it.
works.
I don't know. I give it at the 6th spot. That was good.
Yeah,
I liked it.
yeah, my number 7's foot. Yeah, this whole time I thought Jacob didn't even see it because he's been quiet this whole time. But it's just a plot twist.
No, I remember seeing it and thinking right then, like, this is gonna be my movie of the year.
Yeah, it was. Well, I owned the cup, so I do like the movie.
Up.
I really like a movie when I'm at Barnes and Noble and I go, should I get this Funko Pop? And then I go, what are you talking about, Jacob? Shut up, get out of here.
I considered buying the Magic the Gathering card that had Chris Pine on it just because it's funny. But then I'm like $20 for cardboard, and the cardboard doesn't even have Godzilla on it. What's the point?
Facts.
Hmm?
I said facts.
Yeah.
No cap.
Hey, that game. It's got all the things I like now. It is the Fortnite of card games. It's got They're like, yeah, Lord of the Rings, Godzilla, Transformers, D&D.
That's a great way to put it. The Fortnite of card games.
Yeah, and then they did Evil Dead. Oh, I finally watched the Evil Dead trilogy. Sorry, I forgot to mention that one earlier.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they did Evil Dead, but then they specifically made the cards so you couldn't use them as your. I don't want to explain Magic on this podcast, but you can't use them as your fun main guy in the deck the way it's supposed to be, and so it was pointless and stupid.
Evil Dead Rise was also.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
They did Ash dirty.
Damn.
Yeah, I didn't watch the new Evil Dead, but I watched the original trilogy.
I felt so gaslit by the new one because everyone was saying this movie's so awesome. This is like a return to form. This is an awesome horror movie. And then I went and saw it, and I was just like, okay, yeah, it's the horror movie. And also, that was another one of my worst movie theater experiences, where the people behind me would not shut up the whole time. Anyway, let's all.
I'm a fake Evil Dead fan though, because my favorite is Army of Darkness.
Mine too. I love that one.
I watched all three back to back, and Evil Dead 1 is a genuinely scary movie. Evil Dead 2 is a funny scary movie, and Evil Dead 3 is the Two Towers 10 years early. Dude, the end of Army of Darkness is just the Battle of Helm's Deep, and I kind of like it.
I know, it's so awesome with all the puppet skeletons. It's incredible.
Yeah. It's like Jason and the Argonauts meets Lord of the Rings. It's so good.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, I'm glad we all like about it. All right, yeah, Godzilla -1.
Godzilla less -1.
The fifth movie that has ever made me cry, and I saw it 3 times, and I cried in all of them. And the movie told me not to kill myself, so now I can't.
Go
ahead. God! Oh, just
that's. I think the best thing I can say about this is that it's a Godzilla movie that you care. I care about the people more than I care about Godzilla. Even
right,
like crazy.
Yeah, Godzilla. So a little known fact about me. I like Godzilla a lot. And so it's almost unfair because it's like if a Godzilla movie comes out in a year, it's probably going to make my top 10 list. Like I already have Godzilla X Kong. I'm like, that's gonna be the best movie next year, right? Yeah. But like the fact that -1 would have made my top 10 had it not contained any lizards in it
Yeah.
because it's just such a good story.
Yeah. The
Yeah.
Like
oh my
the
gosh.
like trying to find a path back to redemption, but also like having that guilt of like the survivor's guilt
Yeah.
and the coward's guilt.
Mhm.
And then he's like seeking redemption, but at the same time, he has reason to live. Oh, it's so good. It's and then it
Yeah.
also just and so it's like this incredible war drama. And then they're like, oh yeah, it's also like the an incredible Godzilla movie
Yeah.
Yeah.
because it's and they made me cheer against Godzilla, and that's really hard to
Yeah.
get me to do because I love the big guy. I mean I've literally been fiddling with my little desk toys this whole time. Well, and I've got my little Gigan figure and my little Lego Shin Godzilla. But so like I'm very biased probably, but and then his spy and then Godzilla's spikes they're like retractable when he does
Oh
Yeah.
his dog
yeah.
run, and then the build up and then they all slam it at once and it's like a nuclear explosion.
It's so awesome.
Oh, it's so cool. And then
Yeah.
and that made me cry twice because he like crashes his plane into Godzilla's mouth and like we were talking earlier about sometimes I just
Okay.
allow the movie to take me where they want to. Like
Yeah.
Mhm.
and I was so and it's so telegraphed that the
Yeah.
ejector seat was put into the plane.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And like watching it again, it's like, oh yeah, that's pretty obvious. But like that first time, I thought I was like, no, they killed him, and I cried.
Yeah. I
Mhm.
mean,
Um,
I like knew like yeah,
yeah,
they put the ejection, but that doesn't like take away from the moment because I still like
Yeah.
you feel it like so much.
and then and then the end with his wife, and then I cried again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it was really funny. There's parts that made me laugh like so hard.
Yeah.
Like the bet. It's not. I don't even know if it's supposed to be funny, but they're like, and it's when it's like the captain, and it's like you hate taking orders. Why would you want to risk our lives to fight some lizard? And he's like, well, someone's got to do it. And the Godzilla comes up and eats like the other boat. He's like, never
Yeah.
mind, and he like
Yeah.
puts the boat in gear. They drive away. Just cracked me up. And then, oh, the crazy action scene where they're like shooting the mines and trying to. Everyone should go. Sorry, I'm spoiling this movie, but everyone on Earth should go see
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, for real.
Um, and you know what? I had to bite my tongue when we were talking about movies made on a shoestring budget. It was made for that reportedly $15 million. Although now they're finding it was probably closer to $10 million. And
Mhm.
I know like Japan doesn't pay their FX people as much, but like the director of the movie was doing much of the FX work himself.
Yeah, that was an
And
insane
like
credit when it was said like written, directed by, and VFX by.
yeah,
Like,
and like that I 10 million dude, that's like an episode of like Seinfeld. Like the entire movie it looks so much better than
A movie about nothing.
yeah, I keep dunking on the Marvels, although I didn't see it, so maybe it's a hidden gem.
I
But
doubt it.
but like or like Indiana Jones, I think it's crazy that you could literally make Oppenheimer. I did the math at one point. You not Oppenheimer. You can make Dune. You can make the first Dune, um, Godzilla minus one, and the Creator, and you'd still have money left over on with the same budget as Indiana Jones, the new one.
yeah, that's deranged.
Which man, which would you rather have? But man, yeah, Godzilla minus one. It moved me. It was this year's Puss in Boots where
Yeah,
like I was already excited about it, and it just but I'm like it'll probably be good. I mean it's Godzilla, and I love all Godzilla, even the terrible ones.
Yeah.
But
some of those movies really makes you like feel,
yeah,
and that's the best one.
and as someone who's seen like all 38 of these movies, it's like I think it might be my second favorite.
Out of
Which
all the Godzilla movies?
out of all of the Godzilla movies, behind
What's
only
number one?
the original.
Okay.
But I put
because I love this one a lot, and I love Final Wars. a lot.
I loved it so much I put it above Final Wars and King of the Monsters, which I
Mhm.
have infamously said is the best blockbuster that Hollywood has made since like Lord of the Rings. But and maybe the first Guardians movie. But like, man, what a year. I
Yeah,
can't believe John Wick 4 ended up in the 4th slot.
for 4.
Yeah.
I have something else I want to say about Godzilla. There's at the beginning of the movie when they're on the island and he like comes up for the first time and he's like weird and small. That's like the scariest Godzilla ever, I think.
Yeah.
He's like
Ooh.
creepy.
That one's really scary, although Shin Godzilla, some of his like super bloody form, which is
Well-
simultaneously funny and also scary.
He's
yeah,
cute.
Shin Godzilla's so gross.
No, he's
Shin
adorable.
Godzilla makes me want to take a shower.
Yeah,
cute. He's
even in
got
his
little
final
bloody
form, he
gills.
looks gross.
he is very kawaii.
He's kawaii.
And
I don't know
I
why.
spent a
just
large amount of money on that plush
that
of
weird,
Shin
like-
Godzilla.
I don't know, just like weird. It's like I don't know. It's like unsettling how small he is for some reason.
Yeah.
That's like weird to me.
It's a Godzillasaurus from versus King Ghidorah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw it kind of late. Like it was on my radar well before it came out because I saw some like promotional images and I was like, "This looks awesome! I can't wait for this."
Mhm.
And I really like that it's a period piece too. Like that really works for me for Godzilla for some reason. Like to me, it's like I don't know. It really added something that it's like World War II era, like right after World War II. I feel like I don't know why it hit harder than when Godzilla is just like in modern Japan.
Yeah.
But I ended up taking me a while to see it just because of licenses, and I was so frustrated because I was like I managed to avoid every spoiler though, which was good, and I finally saw it when I came back from winter break, which is not in school anymore, so I don't really get winter break, but I got time off from work, which is nice. So anyway, I came back from that and I finally saw it by myself on like a Monday night. And I saw it because I heard that it was going to leave theaters on January 3rd. So I was like, I got to see it. And then, of course, it's still in theaters because it's going strong. Yeah. But
it's like six. It's like made like 6 times its opening weekend, which is crazy.
Yeah, which is like also so nice to hear
insane.
that like people are flocking to see this like random foreign movie because it's just that good. And yeah, I was just like absolutely floored by it. Like I was fully crying by the end. That whole ending, like 20-30 minutes, is just perfect. When the music kicks in and the boats are going in, and I was like, I had to lean forward in my seat. I was like clenching my fists. The guy next to me was like this old dude who looked pretty tough, and he was eating nachos the whole time. And I was like, man, this guy is gonna think I'm such a weirdo for crying during Godzilla. But it was just so good, and like the whole story of and also because I love Japanese movies in general, and I've read a bunch of like Japanese books and stuff, so like I feel like this isn't this is all me leading up to me saying some stuff, excuse me.
Ooh. Okay.
Bleep it out. I was just moved by the power of Godzilla, but I because like the whole idea of the like honorable death in Japanese culture, like especially during World War II and going back to like samurai times, like and the fact I thought it was so beautifully done, the whole like how people were in the beginning like faulting him for not being a kamikaze pilot, and he was like this coward and he was shamed for it, and I was really worried that at the end it was gonna, spoilers, block your ears if you haven't seen it, but I was really worried at the end. I was really worried at the end it was gonna be like he did the right thing and he killed himself, and I was like, oh no, I don't think that would be quite the right message. And so when that guy, that like the engineer that like hated him and blamed him, when he was like, you have to live, I was like, this is like even beyond Godzilla, like one of the most beautiful messages I've seen. Like when
Hey,
and like
it was the Puss in Boots thing. That was last
yeah,
year's big movie. Was like live your life, and this year's like live your life. And man,
yeah.
and
I've seen some people say that like they thought that the wife being alive in the end was kind of a cop out and that like she should have stayed dead. And I can see the argument for that. But I loved all those characters so much. I was excited that we got the mega happy ending where everyone got to be together again. And if she wasn't alive, we wouldn't get that incredible line where she says, "Is your war finally over?" That was just like such a great moment. In
and the
fact,
weird sequel tease where she has like weird growth on her neck.
yeah, actually, that is my only complaint about the whole movie is that I wish they didn't show her neck, and I wish that the piece of Godzilla in the ocean was after the credits. Like I feel like tacking it on at the end like that kind of cheapened that moment ever so slightly, and I just wish it wasn't there.
Mine's too.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I'm like, oh, he's coming back, dude. I think the sequel could have Rodan. That's
Yeah.
that's my big prediction. Is because the original Rodan movie was Top Gun 30 years before Top Gun, and because it's all about like pilots fighting Rodan, and the new main character of the new one is a pilot.
Oh
You
yeah,
fight Rodan.
He could fight Rodan.
yeah. I saw
I feel
some.
like this movie shouldn't have a sequel, though. I feel like it'd be like stupid.
Maybe. Yeah.
I know. I'm kind of worried that they're going to be like, let's take all these characters we love and just make them the Monster Squad.
Yeah.
That's true.
I'm
I'm torn
willing
though
to
because
see
I
what they're gonna
totally
do.
want to see, but I want to see more of them.
Yeah.
I loved the captain, and I loved Doc. I loved the kid, and I can't remember any of their names, but I remember all their titles, their
Yeah, kill him
nicknames.
using the ocean. That was
Yeah.
such a good idea.
Yeah, and actually scientifically proven, and I loved that.
The opposite of Meg.
Yeah.
Why didn't Godzilla just inhale water?
Yeah, there's like the pressure changes. Yeah, it was truly the anti-Meg. Gem. It was a gem.
Yeah.
Gem.
yeah, incredible.
Another big one I liked was another big thing I liked about it was Japan has often used Godzilla to be like their justification, like, and I don't know, this might be slightly too political, although it's 80 years old at this point, but like the Japanese don't seem to have like a ton of guilt for like their crimes during World War II, like, and they always want to blame the atomic bomb, but like, I read a history book. The Japanese did some pretty messed up stuff.
Yeah. I mean, it's the whole war is hell
yeah.
thing. Like everyone did terrible stuff on every side,
but like,
the
like
Axis was worse.
King and stuff. But also, but in a lot of the
Right now,
Godzilla
our
movies,
podcast is banned in Japan.
no, a lot of the Godzilla movies have always been like fairly pro Japan, which I mean, some of it makes sense, but like there's like the one where they go back in time and they're like the heroic Japanese squad on the island, the evil Americans.
Mhm.
And then this one they're like actually criticize the Japanese government, which I don't know gets done very much. Where like
Yeah.
they're like where they actually criticize like like the sending thousands of people to just die needless deaths in the name of honor,
Mhm.
Yeah.
sort
And
of thing.
I really
And it's
appreciated that because I saw some people saying like that's not to bring up RRR yet again, but people were because everyone was raving about Godzilla, rightfully so. And then I saw haters online being like, "Oh, is this the new movie like RRR that hipsters are gonna tell us is amazing, even though it has nationalist propaganda?" And I was like, "You're a dumb. You might be dumb if you think that because the whole movie they're going against that. They're saying they
Also-
even say we have to do this because our government won't like."
Yeah.
Also, if you think RR's nationalist propaganda, you're stupid.
Yeah, and the whole thing is about
Because
like
that movie's about like colonialism.
yeah.
And how bad the British treated people in India.
hmm I don't know. I know the term media illiteracy gets thrown around a lot these days, but there are some people that definitely are that.
And they're people who don't have actual literacy either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I really liked -1. It was a masterpiece. It made me cry. It was the best movie since Puss in Boots.
Ooh.
Puss in Boots 2. That'd be a pretty good double feature. Like, be a little
Yeah.
Barbenheimer-y, but also they're pretty similar in some ways.
Yeah, they got stuff.
But yeah, so for a lot of movies about a war with Japan, because there's Godzilla and there was Oppenheimer and there was The Creator, which that's not it's kind of a war with, it's not that war with Japan, but it's like the American military is fighting the
Asia.
robots. They're fighting the robots that take refuge in New Asia.
Yeah.
Um, so it's got like parallels. And then I guess in kind of sort of maybe John Wick 4. But that's stretching it, because that movie
It's more like a war in
killing
Japan.
everyone. Yeah, a war in a hotel in Japan.
Yeah.
And even The Boy and the Heron, I guess, is because it's like during the war, right?
Yeah, this has been a big year for of Japanese cinema for me because I also saw, this has nothing to do with anything, but I saw Seven Samurai for the first time on 70 millimeter, and it
Ooh,
was
sounds
incredible. Like I've given people crap in the past for, because people will be like, it's the best action movie ever made, and I'm like, you're just saying that because it's a classic. I watched it and I was like, wow, like I have been wrong. This is incredible.
Nice. Yeah, I've had to eat some crow on some movies, some stuff.
um,
Yeah,
well,
I
should we
like.
do worst movies?
We can do worse movies, although we might have to keep it short. Because we've been recording for over 4 hours now.
Oh,
People are
yeah.
hungry.
I was
Did
thinking
we
maybe
return?
like
Yeah.
I don't know, we could do like another episode just about like Indiana Jones another time.
Yeah, I got a lot to say about
Because
Indiana
I think
Jones.
we all have a lot of thoughts and emotions about that movie, but I am
Yeah.
very tired and hungry,
Yeah.
and I
Spoiler
can't
alert.
properly rant for another 2 hours.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Oh yeah. I forgot it's almost 8 for you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
And
almost
spoiler
7.
alert, Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny was the worst movie I saw last
Yeah.
year. It made me
Same.
cry, but in a bad way.
It made me cry. It made me very unhappy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also Renfield was pretty awful. That was my
I
other.
actually kind of liked Renfield.
You would.
That's the one
You're
I
a
thought
monster.
You guys were. That's when I was like, is that the one you put on your list that you thought Ricky would hate or something?
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about.
Renfield is awful.
Oh wait. So yeah, were you thinking that I was gonna have Indy on my list?
I thought you were gonna have Indy because you're a
Oh,
big Indy guy.
Yeah. No, even
and you're a Star Wars sequel apologist, so I didn't know
Yeah.
how you were gonna land on this one.
No, even I in my old age have learned to not be blindly loyal to things anymore.
Yeah.
Because I also have been a Hobbit truther, and those last 2 movies are not very good.
Hobbit truther.
I watched. I saw
Okay.
Wish, which that was
Oof.
unfortunate.
I can't even remember what that is. Oh yeah,
It's Disney.
The Disney
I skipped
movie.
Elemental, but I saw Wish.
Elemental is
awful.
surprisingly good. There's a really heartfelt moment at the end that almost got me.
I know people keep saying it's good, but it just looks too the movie of all time. I can't believe it.
No, it really, and there are moments in it that are that, you know. Like go ahead.
And then I had one other one, which was that I thought I didn't want to talk about at first because I thought maybe Jacob would have it in his top 10, which was the Ferrari movie.
Oh, I haven't seen it yet.
I did not like it.
Yeah, I've heard mixed things. Some people say it's good. Some people say it's really boring and stupid.
It's pointless. It is a pointless, plotless mess of a movie. It's also, but it also made me feel like a bad person because I think my brain is wrong because I see too many memes of like where they put like funny music over like car crashes and stuff.
Yeah.
And my brain was not adjusted to the time that there's like a part where a car like rams into hits a thing on the road, flips up in the air, and then it and then it rolls, and a bunch of people die. But then I just remember the meme Matthew made where the Pokemon bus runs over those people, and it broke my
Yeah.
brain, and I had to stifle laughter so that my family wouldn't think I'm an insane serial killer.
I do like Michael Mann though, so I might go see it for him, but we'll
Yeah.
see. I've got too much stuff to see right now.
But it's Ferrari. I didn't want to see it, but it's it's nothing. It's a nothing movie, and Adam Driver gives a really strangely not a very good performance, which is weird because I like Adam Driver. It's not terrible. He's not bad. It's just very, and it's probably I don't know much about Enzo Ferrari because I'm not a hardcore foreign car guy.
Yeah.
But he's like almost personalityless. He's just the whole movie's like, I am making cars
I'm Adam Driver, and I'm driving a car.
with Penelope Cruz.
Why don't they have Penelope Shiftwell? Holly Shiftwell.
Holly Shift. Where is Holly Shiftwell?
Where's Penelope Pitstop?
Where's Penelope Pitstop? I'd see. Yeah, I'm waiting for Wacky Races, the movie from director George Miller. George Miller.
Well, it's sort of happening because they canceled every Warner Brothers movie and the Scubaverse or something.
That's true. No, they should do a live action one, but he's making. So it's just like Mad Max Fury Road, but with Penelope Pitstop. But I guess we're getting a Furiosa origin story.
Yeah, Penelope Pitstop.
Jacob, has there ever been a time in your life where a movie doesn't look very good, but you are so dedicated to that director that you're going to see it anyway? Because that's me with this Furiosa movie.
Oh, what? I like it. I think it looks good.
I think it looks so. I'm sure it'll be good.
Yeah,
but
I have faith in him.
Of all the things to do with because it's almost a miracle that we're getting another Mad Max movie. Because Fury Road was excellent, but I'm pretty sure it lost money.
Really?
Yeah, well, it was it was very expensive, and it might have barely broke even.
Wait, why does it cost money? They just took a camera and they put it on the ground in Australia, and that happened.
It's a documentary.
It's trail cam footage,
and it's like I don't know. And like Tom Hardy is an even bigger actor now than he was in 2015, and like could have gotten Charlize Theron come back, and I don't know. It's weird that of all the things to do, they're like origin story, and I kind of felt like I knew what I needed to know about Furiosa already.
Oh, it's a prequel?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a prequel. It's Furiosa's origin story. And like my least favorite Mad Max movie is the original one because I don't care about Max as a character. I like him when he's like a Clint Eastwood guy. Like
he's horse.
He's Max. He's the road warrior. He travels around, and that's all you need to know about him. And I kind of felt the same way. Like Furiosa's a badass, but also like I know I get her whole thing. She was a very good warrior, but she has a moral code and she helps women, and that's great. And I don't need to see, but how did she get a robot arm? If the last shot of the movie is her looking at a razor and her head, and then they start playing the but like in a slowed down way, so you're like nostalgia. I feel like that's how it's gonna be. How did she get a bald head? How did you get a robot arm? At some point, Chris Hemsworth's going to teach her the exact combination of switches that she needs to put on her truck. She's like, I should do this in other vehicles.
I thought Chris Hemsworth was going to be young Immortan Joe, but I guess he's some other new guy.
Baby Immortan Joe.
I think they got the Immortan Joe guy to come back as Immortan Joe.
Yeah, because he's in the trailer. Immortan Joe. I like when Chris Hemsworth says, "Ladies and gentlemen's."
No, he says "lady." Only one lady. It's "lady and gentlemen's." Because I really like that line too. Like I'm pretty convinced it's going to be good because it's George Miller and he's done no wrong, except for Happy Feet 2. But
I even like 3,000 Years of Longing, which not many people liked.
Oh, I remember you talking about that last year.
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah, I
like Idris
did.
Elba's
Yeah.
a genie or something.
I like it.
Right.
I do like Idris Elba.
I'm trying to think
Um,
of your question about the director that I'm so loyal to that I would see something that didn't look good.
Oh, probably Guillermo del Toro for you.
Yeah,
He's
I'll
like,
see anything, but I also
yeah,
have thought all his movies look good.
but yeah, but like
Yeah.
George Miller, he's kind of convinced. I'm like, I've got to. It's him. I gotta see it.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh, I guess Taika Waititi, because I was still excited for Next Gold Wins, even though the trailer wasn't that good. And then the movie also was not as good as his other movies.
Oh, I totally forgot to put one on my list and do an honorable mention because I was thinking about Renfield again. I'm like, I'll see anything with uh with
Yeah, Dream
Nicolas Cage.
Scenario.
No, with Nicolas Cage. And I saw Dream Scenario. That was my other artsy movie this year, and it
Yeah,
was pretty good.
I missed that one. I didn't see it. That was when
Uh,
there was too much stuff in the theaters.
I saw it as a double feature with seeing Godzilla minus one again. Um,
Nice.
and it had I thought it had a lot to say about cancel culture, but did it in like an apolitical way. And I thought it was very interesting. I thought it was a
Interesting.
good entertainment piece, and it had Michael Cera in it, which is fun, and it had Nick
Yeah, I
Cage,
forgot.
and it had the actress who played Naru in Prey in a cameo appearance, and
Who's
I
Naru?
the girl from Prey,
Oh, the main
from
one? Okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
and
Amber
I
Mid Thunder?
yeah, Amber Midthunder, and I was like the DiCaprio meme in the theater. I'm like, it's her, it's the girl from Prey. What's she doing here? So yeah, I liked that was Dream Scenario was pretty funny, um, and yeah, so that was the ninth Nightmare on Elm Street movie I saw. So yeah, best movie I watched this year was The Dream Warriors. That's my hot take, except for minus one and Nightmare on Elm Street 3: The Dream Warriors. Best movies of the year.
Well,
All
is
right. I
that
think we
that?
did the movies.
Another great year at the movies.
Yeah.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Just
I-
now. Yeah.
Yeah, I think my internet crapped out for a second. That's fine. Yeah, this is probably a good wrapping up point because this episode is over 4 hours long.
Yeah.
If you've listened this
okay.
far, you're a real one.
I think it's like 4.5.
Yeah,
5 hours now.
So if you started this episode at the beginning of your workday, you can now go get a delicious lunch, and that's how we're gonna pitch this one.
Yeah.
And
Pitch it.
and at some point we need to do our Dial of Destiny review because
Yeah.
that will
Yeah.
take 3 hours.
And I
Yeah,
also
and
want to talk about Silent Night.
Let's probably go off on like.
I wanted to see Silent Night because I
All
like
right.
quiet mood. I like the concept sounded cool.
Yeah. Well, we'll talk about it.
All right.
Silent Night podcast. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Talk about
yeah,
Renfield.
Okay.
All right. I'm gonna stop recording and then we can log
All right.
off.
Bye.
Bye.